Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome this morning, especially to this forum on programs of labor mobility, achievements and challenges in labor mobility from the perspective of workers, employers. I want to welcome the authorities presiding this forum this morning. Also, I want to welcome the diplomats accompanying this morning, representatives of the member states of the Regional Conference on Migration CRM, representatives of IOM who are here with us this morning, representatives of ILO, and officers of the Salvadoran government, special guests, and especially all the guests who are connected online with us. Welcome, everybody. This is a forum that is taking place in two sessions. The first session will be progress and the opportunities to improve on labor mobility programs. The section of tomorrow is experiences and lessons learned from initiatives on labor mobility. And to begin, we will hear the remarks of the Director of Diaspora and Development, Gerardo Perez. I want to introduce him. He is the current Director of Diaspora and Development of the Vice Minister of Diaspora and Labor Mobility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador. He has a degree in administration from a business school. He's a Bachelor of Business Administration of the York University. He's a diplomat with experience of over 16 years in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And he is the chargé d'affaires of the Embassy of El Salvador in Qatar, United Kingdom, and Paris. He is in tourism activities and also the protocol directorate, and he has had experience on the possession ceremony of the presidents of El Salvador. And it's a pleasure to introduce the Director of Diaspora and Development, Mr. Gerardo Perez. Good morning, everyone. Ambassador of Canada in El Salvador, Carolina White, representative or country representative of IOM. On behalf of the Vice Minister of Diaspora and Human Mobility, I would like to thank you for being here talking about programs on labor mobility from the perspective of workers, employers, and the government. As a region, we recognize that the labor migration process implies big challenges for the workers. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes migration as an essential ingredient for development. And migration and the mobility of people, even through the application of planned migration policy, should be legal and organized. We also want to protect labor markets and the work environments for all workers, including those who are migrants, particularly women, and those who have a precarious employment. El Salvador has received the pro tempore presidency of CRM, and we have reaffirmed our commitment to build new alliances and reinforce the existing ones, and that the region is committed to the human sense of mobility, and that is more integrated through cooperation and as a position region in the world. We want to create intersectoral spaces to identify, innovate, potentiate regional practices, and to bring our speeches to action. One of the mandates of our President Nayib Bukele has been to promote actions that contribute to fulfill the debts that we have with migrants, so that the migration is an option and not an obligation. As part of the prevention strategies, Plan Cuscatlan establishes the strengthening of the capacities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enhance alliances that allow the identification of more labor opportunities outside of the country. And in the Directorate of Diaspora and Human Mobility, we are carrying out a labor mobility program, fostering relationships of trust with companies, and we are coordinating actions in the country to assure that there is a speedy process to recruit the workers, and we monitor the welfare of the workers and the reintegration, training, and certification of knowledges and skills. The current intervention has allowed a significant increase of placement of workers in the US and Canada in the areas of fishing, hospitality, gardening, construction, and others. The beneficiaries have experienced improvements in their living conditions. They have invested in their houses, in businesses, and they've started savings or paid debts. The structured and planned activities of labor mobility represent a real alternative to irregular migration. It's important to recognize the benefits and contributions of the migrants to societies. In quarantine periods and with the pandemic, the concept of essential workers achieved a good positioning, and there is a need to facilitate the processes so that the migrants and workers in the agricultural areas and other areas of interest was positioned. Tourism was canceled in many countries, and they prioritize on the hiring of temporary workers. Economies have as a basis the mobility of workers, so it is a commitment of all of us, all of the states to work so that those movements take place in a safe way, so that we have to keep working on regular migration in the benefit of the origin, transit, and destination communities. Thank you. Thank you. These are the remarks of the Director of Diaspora and Development of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Gerardo Perez. We will listen to Michelle Klein Solomon, Regional Director of IOM for North, Central, and America and the Caribbean. She is Regional Director of IOM with offices in Costa Rica. She took office in August 2020. She's advisor on migration issues, and she advises government and non-government organizations. Mrs. Klein was the first director of policies from the regional director of IOM. The Policy Center is designed to provide knowledge on policies to all the organization. The hub is a catalyst to promote effective collection, analysis, and exchange of policy, relevant data and knowledge, and to facilitate strategic migration. From 2016 to 18, she was director of the Global Compact for Migration at IOM, leading IOM support states and partners in the development and implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. From 2014 to 2016, she directed the Secretariat of the State-led migrants in countries in crisis initiatives. Mrs. Klein Solomon was IOM's representative to the United Nations in New York from 2010 to 2014 and previously was director of IOM's Migration Policy and Research Department. Prior to joining IOM in 2000, she served for 10 years as an attorney advisor in the Office of the Legal Advisor at the U.S. Department of State. For a majority of that time, she served as a principal refugee and migration lawyer for the Department of State. It's a pleasure to introduce this morning Michelle Klein Solomon, Regional Director of IOM for Central America, North America, and the Caribbean. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure. Dear Mr. Gerardo Perez, Director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the representative of the pro tempore presidency of CRM, dear Elena Montovio, Director of the ILO Office for Central America, Haiti, Panama, and Dominican Republic, and my friend, dear delegates of the member countries of CRM, I am very pleased to participate in this first session of the Forum on labor mobility programs. This is a very important activity for us. The World Agreement for Orderly, Safe Migration states that the objective is to increase availability and flexibility of regular ways of migrating. IOM is pleased to contribute to the forum that brought us here today to potentiate regional cooperation actions that contribute to an orderly, safe migration for the benefit of the origin, transit, and destination communities. Recently, last week in the World Forum of Migration, International Migration, the member states of the United States discussed the progress in implementation of the World Agreement and its ties to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So today we are creating a space to strengthen dialogue and exchange of experiences and decision making to achieve the goals in this region. In particular, those related to labor mobility. For instance, in this forum, we will talk about the establishment of a CRM labor mobility plan initiative that represents a commitment from the member countries and the United Nations to respond to the challenges related to labor mobility in the region. These are important elements in the governance structures in the country and in the region. For that, it is important that all the parts of the migration cycle are included. This generates a two-way answer because it allows to respond to the changing needs of labor markets, and at the same time, we can guarantee the protection of migrants. Likewise, there are important challenges that have to be attended to. The complexity of migration processes can cause that many of these people use intermediary services that operate outside of the legal framework. The guidelines regulating these mechanisms are usually not clear about the applicable legislation regarding rights and obligations of migrant workers and employers. At the same time, migrant workers would have difficulties to get reliable information about these processes. And from the perspective of migrant workers, the portability of pension and other social security benefits, it's an area of improvement that is critical, and also the considerations for return and reintegration of their country to their countries of origin. Adequate management of labor migration is a fundamental element that every country of the region needs to move towards an economic recovery that is faster and sustained due to the crisis caused by COVID-19 that guarantees the protection of migrant workers, including populations that are subject of international protection and or return migrants. This requires the existence and effective implementation and interaction of different mechanisms that facilitate labor mobility in all the region, particularly by the countries of origin, transit, and destination. I want to thank the pro tempore presidency of CRM at the government of El Salvador and the Office of Population and Refugees and Migration of the Department of State of the United States. With your support, you make this forum possible. Thank you so much to all the people who are here for your time and attention. And also I want to wish you a lot of success with these working sessions that we will have this week. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a Michelle Solomón, directora regional de OIM para Centroamérica.
Thank you, Michelle Klein, for her remarks. We will now listen to Elena Montovio, who is director of the ILO office, Haiti, Panama, Dominican Republic, and Central America. Since November 2021, she assumed the
para América Central, Haití, Panamá y República Dominicana. En su trayectoria en la organización,
as part of the history in her organization, she has been assistant director of the ILO office for Andean countries, headquarters in Lima. And she has also been a coordinator for programs
para América Latina
aimed at the eradication of child labor in Latin America. Elena Montovio, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning to all. Greetings to Mr. Gerardo Perez, Director of Diaspora and Development from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, delegates from the countries, member of the Regional Conference for Migration, Mrs. Michelle Klein, Regional Director for IOM for Central America and the Caribbean, and esteemed friend and members of the Technical Secretariat of RCM, representatives of organizations that are observers for the conference, and also representative from the civil society. Friends, today, in the opening of this essential forum, from which we expect relevant results for ILO,
nos ha ido, perdón, la energía y está todo un poco así, desestructurado. Gracias. Para la OIT y para la oficina, no
for ILO,
para la OIT
for ILO and the office in Central America Haiti, Panama, and Dominican Republic promote regional actions together with all of you as part of the RCM that can contribute to a labor mobility that is safe, orderly, and regular, that can guarantee rights both in the communities of origin, transit, and destination is a priority and a permanent commitment that we can only do if we work together. This is why participating in this forum is fundamental and contributes to the result of the plan that the regional director was mentioning, which is part of the purpose of this forum as well. As you know, ILO is a organization based in searching for social justice through fair relationships in work relationships and labor market. In this sense, we act and we promote and strengthen capacities of main actors at work or labor organizations, employers, and governments that have 50% of representation throughout the organization. In a sense, we work towards meeting guidelines and principles of fair hiring among workers that are part of mobility. It's fundamental to practically apply this. This enables us to acknowledge the skills and knowledge that they have already acquired. And I talk about those that are moving, and also to satisfy many of the needs and demands that the labor market has. Of course, considering the humanitarian aspect of human mobility in our region, there's also a structural and strategic component. If we can acknowledge these skills and competencies that the population have, if we can work and address the needs of the labor market together, this is a winning formula. It's a win-win situation, both for the people and the countries. Work in coordination as part of the program and the plan, using a systematic vision, comprehensive vision of all the needs of the labor market is the only solution that we can find and contribute with. Is a solution that will not be the only one, but it will be sustainable for the lives of people compared to individual actions that are not specific. Working in this comprehensive vision, you can count on the actors and our efforts for this systemic vision. As we move forward, we know that we've had great achievements. However, we need to continue our work in technical assistance in topics such as improvement or enhancement in inspection, working with the private sector, and many other points that are part of the agenda of this forum. I hope that this is successful. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Elena Montovio. Y con las palabras de ella, queda por inaugurado oficialmente esta
This is how
mañana
we
el proceso.
officially open the forum on labor mobility programs, achievements and challenges in labor mobility from the perspective of governments, employers, and workers. Now we will move on to the first panel, which is led by Heidi Gonzalez from IOM. The topic is Trends of Labor Migration in Mesoamerica and the Caribbean. Heidi Gonzalez from IOM. She will also introduce the members of the panel and will be the moderator. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Es un placer para mí facilitar este
Good
espacio.
morning. It's a pleasure for me to facilitate. I am glad to introduce two colleagues from IOM and ILO that will present the trends of labor mobility in Mesoamerica and the Caribbean. They will have
hacer algunas
half an hour each, and then we will have 15 minutes for a question and answers session. These presentations will give us the context and perspective so that we can work in more detail during the sessions. Mark McCarthy, he is part of the regional office in Costa Rica, and he also coordinates the unit of data and information management.
Nuestra
In this
colega de
presentation,
María
we will also have Maria Mendez from ILO, who is a project coordinator.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Espero que me puedan escuchar.
Good morning.
Me
I
presento.
hope that you can hear me. My name is Mark Mahathir. Thank you, Eddie, for the introduction today. I will offer a presentation that will give us an overview of labor migration in the region of Mesoamerica and the Caribbean, focusing on the main regions and states of destination, specifically United States, Canada, Europe, and interregional corridors.
Solo especificarles un poco sobre de qué se compone la presentación.
And I would like to share with you the main part of the presentation.
No solamente números sobre
And not only numbers or figures, but also
trabajadoras
the
migrantes.
profile of migrant workers in each one of these countries. Also, to conclude the presentation, I will speak about the main data about remittances in the region. I would like to specify that there is a lot of information and we have a short amount of time. One of the topics that we will not be able to address is the migration of students, which is recognized as an important source of labor migration in the region, an important path for a regular entry to labor markets.
Sobre las tendencias
First of all, I will speak about the main trends to the countries members of OECD. Members of OECD countries are approximately 91% of all the migrants in the region. So when we acknowledge the trends in these countries, then we acknowledge the overview or how the landscape of the region looks.
Listo. Bueno, usando datos de la base de
Using information, labor migration data from OECD, approximately 17 million of migrant workers from the region resided in countries member of OECD, starting in the years 2015 and 16. We see that there are 1.5 in North America, 10.7 million in Mesoamerica, and 4.8 in the Caribbean. As I mentioned, 91% of all people migrating from the region lived in countries of OECD. The participation in the labor market, Central America and the Caribbean had the largest percentage or the highest percentage. And we also see the breakdown and the differences in the level of education, and the highest ratio for the countries are low and mid levels. Level 1 is less than elementary school. The intermediate level is second part of secondary, and high are all higher levels of education. We see that many of them were located in the low level of education in the Caribbean intermediate. Out of all the people that were employed this year, migrants that were employed this year, we saw that the majority were in level number 2 from Central America and Caribbean, and this is according to the International Classification of Occupation. This is from ILO, and this means electronic equipment, machinery, driving vehicles, maintenance and repair of mechanical elements. Finally, we see the distribution by sex. The majority of migrant workers in the region in 2015 and 16 were men. 3 out of every 5, we see that there's a different distribution in terms of migrant workers from the Caribbean compared with Central America and Mexico.
Y también otra tendencia
And another trend that we believe it's important
de la región hacia la OCDE es la migración de personas altamente
is
calificadas, especialmente en
the migration of highly qualified people in the Caribbean. We see very high levels of people that have third or fourth degree, meaning university studies that migrate from their countries. In some countries, such as Guyana and Haiti, which is the last one,
altamente calificadas en estos
3
países.
out of every 4 are highly qualified, and we see lower rates in Central America. But even in that case, if we look at countries such as Honduras, Belize, and El Salvador, 1 out of every 4 are highly qualified, are migrating to countries of OECD, and this was starting in 2015 and 16.
Ya como bien sabemos, la pandemia del COVID-19
As we know, the pandemic of COVID marked an increase in the levels of unemployment and decrease in the employment rates for migrants in the region that live in an OECD region. The migrants were affected compared with the workers that lived in the country and were born in that country. Especially during the second quarter of 2020, the rates of unemployment in the United States were up to 15% for migrants. This compared with the 12% of non-migrants in the US. But starting in this second part of 2021, workers that were born in foreign countries and national will at the same rate, meaning in the United States, we see that there was a recovery in these rates 1 year after the pandemic. But we did see in the first quarters of the year of the pandemic, women that were migrants, especially in the United States, were more affected by unemployment compared to men. We can see the difference here. Migrants in North America, in United States and Canada that were living in OECD had less impact compared with the workers from Central, South America and Caribbean. We also see migrant workers from Mexico and other countries,
hasta 7 puntos
and the
porcentuales.
increase was 7 percent points.
Ahora voy a hablar específicamente
Now I'm going to speak specifically about the migration to the United States. First, I will speak of the profile of migrants that live in the US. Workers from this region. First of all, I would like to speak about the education level. We know that in general,
de la mitad de migrantes
less than half of migrants that have 25 years of age or more
tenían
from Central America and Mexico
de secundario.
had a diploma for secondary school. We see
Migrantes procedentes del Caribe en comparado con
difference between migrants coming from Central America and Mexico compared with the Caribbean. From Central America and Mexico, we also see variation among the countries. Education does have a direct impact in the income and unemployment in the United States, regardless of the
que los ingresos promedios
migration situation. We see that
con cada aumento en el nivel de educación que tiene el hogar o
we
la
see that
persona.
there's an increase in the income as the person, the individual, the family have access to the next level of education. Also, this has an impact in the rate of unemployment, and this is important to understand for labor purposes.
Y también hablando un poco de naturalización, Los ciudadanos naturalizados en los
Because
Estados Unidos.
the citizens that have been naturalized in the United States usually have more income and higher rates of owning property compared with people who are not. When we see the rates of naturalization in the United States, we see that in general throughout all the regions, these rates have increased between 2010 2019, and there are various factors that have promoted this, but we are seeing that for all migrants in the United States, there's an increase of 8 percentage points in the rates of naturalization between 2010 and 2019. When we look at the Caribbean, the increase is 9 points.
Para Centroamérica.
And for Central America and Mexico, we see that the increase is in 10 points. This is affected by different issues, migration reforms, naturalization campaigns, and different policies for certain countries that facilitate the access to permanent residence. The lowest rates that we see in the region are in Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. And the difference there basically is related with the amount of time that a migrant worker spends in the United States. And we can also see or look at estimates of the total migrant workers from the region living in the United States since 2019. In 2019, approximately 13.2 million of migrant workers from Central America and the Caribbean were working. And this is based on the definition of ILO. Any person over 18 years old who is working at the moment of the study. The distribution of migrant workers in the United States was equal, taking into consideration sex, but when we see Central America and Mexico, there's a significant difference between the number of men and women. Also for migrants from Canada. And when we look at the 9 main countries of origin and the distribution by sex, we also see the difference. Mexico, 62% of all migrant workers in the US in 2019 were men. This is approximately 7 million, and the second country of origin, El Salvador, Cuba, then Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Haiti, Honduras, and Nicaragua. When we look at the participation ratio, we see that it is higher for migrant workers compared with non-migrants in US, but there are also differences depending on the country or sub-region of origin. The difference in sex is 5 percentage points, the difference. However, when we look at the difference in Central America and Mexico, difference is in 15 percentage points. Specifically, we see the difference in Guatemala, where we see more significant difference.
Porcentuales de migrantes.
And when we look at the main industries and occupations, we see a variation depending on the sub-region of origin. In general, people from Central America and Mexico are concentrated in occupation of natural resources, maintenance and construction, services, production and transportation. And for Caribbean migrants, they are mostly working in occupations such as services,
transporte y trasladamiento de materiales y ventas y oficina.
Production, transportation, and to the right, we can see the main industries. The 6 main industries based on the subregion of origin in Central America and Mexico. The most common industry for all migrants is constructions. But if we look at the differences, for migrants from Honduras and Guatemala, they are more focused on natural resources, construction, and maintenance, and in Mexico as well, while percentages were lower for El Salvador and Nicaragua. And now I'm going to speak about temporary work schemes. After mapping all the available schemes or options, we identify over 7 schemes of temporary work available for nationals from the region, and approximately 15 different types of temporary work visas, and some or all nationals of Mesoamerica and the Caribbean may have access. We are all familiar with the visas H-1B, 2A, and 2B, but there are other visas, probably less used, but they are significant. Nationals from the region may access to these to have a temporary work. Here we have the list of the countries that are able to participate in the H-2A and H-2B, with the exception of Dominican Republic that can be part of H-2A but not 2B. We have TN visas for people from Canada and Mexico, P and Q visas, which are for specialized work. And when we speak about relevant visas, well, visa J1 is not necessarily a temporary work visa, is an important way of labor mobility for people in the region. This is when we look at the figures. Some positions available with visa J1, it does allow work with compensation in US, and in some cases, students may work in the United States, those that have the F1 visa, and in certain cases, those that have visa J1 who accompany J2 and E that are investors and traders. There are various countries in the region that have a treaty with the US, and the nationals of those countries can participate in these programs. To speak a little bit about the estimates in population of people working temporarily in the US, there's thousands, and dependents. We see that in 2019, the Department of State estimated that there was a total of 1,628,000 people who were working in the United States, working temporarily. When we see at the total of the region, it was 280,000, and the majority of them were from Mexico and other countries of Mesoamerica and the Caribbean. Only represent 38,000 people living in the country using one of these programs in 2019. The region represents 17% of all nationals in US living there with a temporary work visa. We see that there was a significant increase in the number of people between 2014 and 2019. But the number of people from other countries, Mesoamerica and the Caribbean, have a lower absolute value.
200% en solo 5 años. Y sabiendo,
we know that the visas H2A and H2B, the expectation is that this amount will increase. When we see the number of temporary work visas issued to nationals in the region, we see that between 2014 and 2020, almost 2 million visas were issued to nationals of the region. The majority of them were issued to Mexicans. And we now have as preliminary estimates for fiscal year 2021. The estimate is that it has significantly increased, almost 400,000 in US, with a decrease, the decrease that we saw in 2020 due to the pandemic.
en los años entre 2014 y 2020.
Looking at the distribution of visa, 90% of all temporary work visa issued for nationals of the region were these three, H2A, H2B, and TN, recognizing that they receive nationals from Mexico.
Una de esas visas para llegar a trabajar
Canadians do not need these visas to work under this program in the US. And when we see the distribution by country, 9 out of every 10 were issued to Mexican. And we have the rest for Central America and the Caribbean. We recognize that between fiscal year 2014 and 2020, the number of temporary work visas issued by the US to nationals of the region has increased in an average of 13% every year. So what we're seeing is a constant and consistent increase in absolute values. In each year, the temporary work visas have represented an increase. This means that the temporary work is becoming a common program, a common scheme among the non-migrant visa issued to nationals in the region. And until 2020, due to the pandemic COVID-19, 23% of all non-migrant visa were for temporary work. We also see then the importance and the breakdown. We find many countries of Central America, and others represent only 1% of these visas that were issued. Speaking specifically about H2A and H2B, here we see the breakdown per year and category. The number of visas are more than H2B. We see that H2A have increased every year, even during the pandemic. That was a 4% increase in 2020 compared with 2019. And we already have estimates for fiscal year 2021. The estimate is that approximately 260,000 visas H2A were issued, and out of this, 97% were issued to nationals of Latin America and Caribbean, and represents an increase of 21% compared with FY 2020. So we see the increase in the US, and they are being issued to nationals of the region, and not only Mexico. And visas H2B, we saw an interruption during COVID and a decrease in 2020, but the numbers are recovering in 2021. A total of 94,000 H2B visas were issued, and 92% were issued to nationals from Latin America and the Caribbean, representing a total of 53% compared with fiscal year 2020.
Solo para también demostrar el, el desglose por nacionalidad.
This is a breakdown by nationality. We see that the nationals from Mexico received 92% of H2A and 74% of H2B visas in the same period of time.
Y perdón. Y ahí vemos.
And we see that approximately from 94 to 97% of entries were men. The US doesn't publish data on visa receptors, but we know that most of them are men. And for H2B visas, I'm showing data of people who received permanent residency in the US between 2016 and 2020. It has been reduced from 2018 to 2020, but if we see people receiving green cards. Most of them are from Mexico, Cuba, Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Jamaica, and Haiti. And this is 36% of all the green cards received in the US. When we look at the labor channel, most people receive their documents not through labor ways, but through family reunification, because the green cards received are based on employment for some, but for Honduras, we have a very low percentage, and also like the same for other countries of the region. Labor migration to other countries. When we look at the temporary workers program in Canada, we see that in total 62,000 people with they have a TFWPR were living in Canada since the end of 2021, and under the labor mobility program, which is geared toward people with higher qualifications and for different occupations such as doctors, engineering, we see that a total of 64,000 were living in Canada by the end of 2021. And this is a total of 126 people who were workers were living in Canada at the end of 2021. And the distribution is Mexico, Jamaica, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Bahamas, and El Salvador. There is a big variety of people who receive these visas. And Mexicans also in Canada represent a high number of people. And if we look at permanent residents through labor visas in Canada, between 20 to 30,000 residents received permits, but it is a low percentage of people who received permanent residence. I will share the presentation later on. There are many ways for permanent regularization in Canada for people from the region, and we see that about 4,000 a year were issued through this type of visas. The main are Mexico, Haiti, Honduras, among others. Towards Europe, it's not a main destination for the region, but it's still important. There is an increase in request for residence permit for remunerated activities, and there were 45,000 visas issued. Most of them were received by American and Canadian citizens, but we see high percentages for Honduras, Nicaragua, and Cuba. This is for 2010-2020, and to the right we can see the accumulated totals in that 11-year period by sub-region of origin. In total, 29,000 in the Caribbean, almost 100,000 in Central America and Mexico. And the main countries issuing these visas are Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, etc. And the gender distribution, we see high variation between countries when we look at residence permit for remunerated activities. And we see that in some countries, the visas for remunerated activities, it's quite different by country of origin. We see that Nicaraguans, most of the people are received by Nicaraguans, and these are for labor purposes, but Dominican Republic and Panama, the level of visas is 10 to 14%, and the family reunification is more common for these people who receive residence permits. I will talk about Mexico. Temporary work visas issued in Mexico, a total of 21,000 in 2018. And this reduced in 2019 due to the pandemic, but there was an increase again in 2021. The main reception countries are Cuba and Haiti, and we will talk about that more, but temporary working visas received in the border, the numbers have increased for some countries. Over 99% of the visas are issued for Guatemalan citizens, and 87% are for men. We also do mapping of countries who publish data on labor permits, permanent permits to foreign people. We don't have time to go into detail, but Panama and the Dominican Republic, they have that information publicly. In other countries of the region, we have data on visas issued, but there is no breakdown of the type of visa, if it's work visas. So, free labor mobility in the Caribbean is fundamental for the region. I will give you the presentation later on, but basically, with a certificate of skills, a person in the Caribbean can work permanently in any of the member states of the Caribbean community, and also in the Organization of Western countries and in the Caribbean. And to finish the presentation, I will show the trends with the remittances. Every recipient country, there is a significant increase in these years, an increase of 25% in Mexico, 35% in Guatemala, 26% Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Honduras. All these countries between 2020 and 2021, there was a sustained increase. And this is on top of an increase that we had already seen in 2020 due to the pandemic. So this trend continues. And when we talk about the GDP percentage, we see that due to the impact of the pandemic, especially on the economies, and also due to the increase in remittance flows, the GDP is increasing. In El Salvador, for instance, it's reaching in 2021 even 26% of the GDP, 26 in Honduras, 24 in Jamaica, and Guatemala it's 18, which is a 4% increase. In Nicaragua, there is an increase. So the importance of remittances, I don't even have to explain, is very important. I'm sorry because I was fast, but we can share the presentation later on. Thank you so much, Mark. We will listen to complete this presentation. We will listen to Ana Maria from ILO, and please take notes of your questions, because we have Ana Maria. Good morning. Receive greetings from ILO. It's a pleasure to be here in El Salvador in this forum. This is a call for action in terms of labor migration. I thank because I will speak after Mark, because he has given a lot of statistics of our region, and migration has a lot of weight in our region. I will discuss a couple of statistics, and this evidences the reason why we can have this, we should have these forums. In our regions, the narrative on migration has also changed. We see the need to find a balance and to articulate social rights, labor rights, national security issues, but also the topics related to irregular migration. We know that labor migration that is well managed will contribute to sustainable development of origin, transit, and destination countries, and it will bring benefits for migrants and their communities, and also it will balance the supply and demand of workers, and it will promote transparency in the competition at all levels and contribute to social security systems and enrich the culture of the regions. And as Elsie mentioned, any strategy on migration has to put migrants at the center, because if we want to create a strategy to address these fundamental causes, we have to direct strategy focused on that sense. In that context, migration is mainly an issue of labor markets. Migrant workers and labor forces in the world, they constitute 4.9% of workers. This is a slide that illustrates the migration phenomenon globally. And we have 169 million people who are international migrant workers, which represents an increase of 3% if we compare it to the estimation of 2017, an increase of 13% if we compare the estimation of 2013. People constitute an important force in the global economy. Migration continues to be a phenomenon of the middle age and adults, where women participate actively. This shows us how from 25 to 64 years of age, we have 58.5 people migrant, and women are 41.5% of these workers. And although that majority of workers is adults in working age, we have an important percentage of youngsters who are also migrating. And in that context, we need to mention that all things related to labor migration has effect in female populations and young populations. And if we talk about migrants, women, we have to say that there is a trend that this is growingly focusing on women. Women could face bigger obstacles in the process, and they have a higher probability that they migrate with family members, and they could suffer discrimination due to gender reasons in the labor market and lack connections that facilitate to match their labor activities and family activities. There are patterns of discrimination, violence in the country of origin that are also found in the transit and destination countries, and they have a limited labor insertion. They are occupied in employments of less quality with less remuneration, such as domestic work, or in sectors such as service and commerce. And they might have little or non-economic autonomy. And in the context of COVID-19, the reduction in working hours affected women especially. 3 regions have most of the migrant workers, Europe and North America and the Arab states. And in the case of North America, 22.1% of migrant workers are in this region. Pre-pandemic data of 2015 collected by ECLAC showed that Mesoamerica, Mexico, and Central America concentrated the 52% of the migrants. That is 16 million people, and the three countries of Northern Central America concentrated 3.1 million migrants, which is over 10% of the population resident in those countries. And in many regions, migrant workers represent an important percentage of this labor force. They make an important contribution to societies because they carry out essential work in crucial sectors such as healthcare, transport, agriculture, etc. But it's frequent that the migrant workers occupy a temporary informal job position that means more insecurity in their conditions. So in the integration processes of the region, we have to promote bilateral agreements so that there is a regulated migration and that we contribute to the strengthening of a multilateral agenda for a migration based on rights. We have to mention the importance of young people because the proportion of migrant workers who are young has increased and due to the high rate of young unemployment, we see high rates of poverty, and they are exposed to atypical and informal employment. And the bad quality of the employment of young people, they manifest in limited opportunities and knowing the reality of youngsters who migrate abroad is extremely important to generate a strategy in the countries of origin, but also to understand the different dimensions of this phenomenon. Most of the migrant workers work in essential sectors, and we can see the breakdown of the sectors, agriculture, industry, services, and we look at the proportion of men and women and the total of workers in these sectors. And definitely we see the proportion of men in the services sector of 56%, industry 35%, and agriculture 7.9%. In the case of women, they are focused on services 79.9%, industry 14.2%, and agriculture in 5.9%. And we have to analyze some impacts of the pandemic in migrant workers because there were mobility restrictions, loss of employment, income, salary reductions, returns, sometimes forced returns to their home countries, stigmas that the migrants were carriers of the virus, and this context is also important to be analyzed, and the impact that it had in the labor market and the lessons learned in the context of the pandemic. Also, in many countries, there was an inclusion of migrants in national policies within the framework of COVID-19. They also regularized some work permits, and these also enhance coverage of healthcare services. And some measures were also taken regarding health and security in the workplace in some of the countries of the region. And I would like to talk about, well, the different policies could revitalize the insertion of the workers to the labor markets. Labor markets have different dynamics related to gender, informality, immigration condition, age, ethnicity. So we have to have a coordinated approach that allows for the pertinent relationships. We have to strengthen and invest in the institution of the labor market, not only to gather information, but so that their mandates, goods and services offered to society are more appropriate and that they are based on the needs of the population and that they can achieve those development goals and how to combine social and macroeconomic policies to have a better response in the approach. Migration has to be an option and not something that is forced upon workers. And in terms of the regional agenda, we promote the co-responsibility of the countries in the governance of migration and the need to coordinate with other ministries. And we have to have coherence between labor rights, migration rights, so that we can have a national and regional agenda, and the effort that CRM is doing through the coordination of the work group labor mobility is an opportunity to coordinate all these dimensions. There is a potential to reduce incidence of the informal sector and to guarantee dignified jobs to the migrants and to reduce hostility from the local communities. Finally, labor migration requires a right approach and integration between the migration policies and employment policies and the strengthening of the institutions of the labor market, and also to adapt to the variations of the demand of jobs. And we have to promote innovation and sustainable development. So from ILO, we want to reiterate our support, and we like to have these type of spaces so that we can together implement actions within the framework of CRM. Thank you, Ana Maria, for connect all this information given by Mark with what we have to do now, which is thinking about the policies that we can implement together. We have a few minutes. We have time for comments, questions. Please go ahead. Thank you to the speakers. There are two things that I am thinking about. The first speaker showed a slide that said that 3% of the occupational structure of the migrants are in the OECD countries. And in your presentation, we saw some data that are related to the first presentation. You explained that the age ranges in Mesoamerica, they are adults. That's a second element. And the third element is that 24% of Mesoamerican people are concentrated, and there are circles in Europe. So, having said that, I remember an IOM meeting in 2010 in Caracas, where they talked about the migration of highly qualified human resources. That was the the subject of the forum. Now, in this presentation, I see that in that 3% of OCB, considering that they are adults, and considering that in Mesoamerica, the education level is not that low, this means that there is a critical mass of laborers who are professionals, doctors, engineers, and that perhaps due to qualification issues, lack of uniformity in the countries where they work, they have to do something else. So about this reality, I would like to know if IOM or ILO have had any incidents in this type of temporary migrants who are professionals, doctors, scientists sometimes, and due to qualification problems, they have to do something else. If IOM has done something about it, or what the international organizations have done. So I think that doing something there so that the migration from these countries was in better conditions.
No, no nada fácil la pregunta, pero creo que muy pertinente en el contexto que se plantea, porque creo que
Not a
hay
very easy question, but relevant. I think that we have two different profiles for migrant workers, highly qualified, that have resources and the opportunity of studying and incorporate the labor market in other countries, and not return to the countries of origin. Mark presented some of the graphs and some information about this, and other migrant workers that have a different profile. And this is regarding their education as well as employment opportunities. But of course, in these two cases, that from the perspective of that we are looking at are to be considered. Why? Because there is a need to standardize the skills, qualifications, and also there is a need to say, well, if the worker contributed to social security in a country of destination, they should be able to use it in their country of origin. This is pending in the agenda in a broader approach, considering everything that goes into decent work. So it's important to mention this in these forums. There are different migration dynamics and different profiles, and the actions must be different as well. We have something from Mark and another question. I just wanted to say that we have seen in the countries that we presented today that the access of regular ways to work increases the possibility that a person works into something that corresponds to their own level of education and their skills. For example, in Canada, I do not have at hand the information, but we know that because they have more access to regular ways, it's possible that people are able to work correctly compared to the United States, and salary gaps are closed more in Canada. In the United States, this may take 10 or 20 years.
Entre migrantes y no migrantes, hasta 4 o 5 años en Canadá, entonces solo
In
eso.
Canada, this is 4 or 5 years. I just wanted to mention that the access to regular ways of migrating would be a way to address the issue of having decent work. I know that ILO has different studies worldwide and in different countries. Any other question? Good morning. This is a comment. I am the ambassador of Canada here in El Salvador, and my colleague from the Department of Migration in Mexico, Jesús Muñoz Suárez, with us in our presence here, shows our approach and the priority that we have for temporary workers. For us, this is a win-win situation. Mr. Perez mentioned the topic of the pandemic and Canadians, where we realized on how much we depend on the temporary workers and what they contribute to Canada. The majority of our workers come from Honduras, Nicaragua, and Guatemala, but we're working also here in El Salvador. And I would like to acknowledge the efforts made by the government of El Salvador in that collaboration to increase the number of Salvadorians that travel to Canada. We are just talking about the increase of 400% since 2019. Many efforts involved in this, and I also want to thank the efforts of IOM. We worked very closely with them last week. Sean Fraser announced more projects. The Minister of Migration announced more projects through IOM to support the topic of training governments in Central America on ethical recruitment. We're working hand in hand. I just wanted to thank you for the invitation in this forum. Thank you, Ambassador. We have one additional question and we will close this session with that. I don't know if this is a question or a comment about what we're saying. I do believe, well, first of all, Jonathan Monge, head of the Department of Labor Migration in Costa Rica. There are two topics which I believe are fundamental. First, at a country level, and then at the talking about regional agreements. The first one is certification of skills. When we spoke about many professionals that have to work in something else that is not according to what they have studied, I think that this is a commitment that the countries must assume. How can we improve access to systems that could certify these skills? Or the accreditation of migration category. They sometimes take months or years. That is at a country level. But I also believe that these forums are important opportunities to start the creation of multilateral agreements for the accreditation. So, and these are for migrants moving from one country to another. This is based on the national frameworks, but through these bilateral or multilateral frameworks, there could be a decision of the standardization, for example, technical level in Honduras and the technical level in El Salvador. And based on this, they can expedite the certification processes. I believe that this topic that we are addressing here needs immediate attention at the sub-regional level and country level. And these types of forums can promote agreements. A doctor, for example, and they want to move from one country to another, they can work in their profession instead of working in other activities that do not correspond to the academic level that they have. I thought that this was important, and also these make small changes that lead to big transformations. Sometimes we believe that it requires a new legislation or new standards when it can really be through guidelines that could bring these changes about. Thank you. Thank you. I believe that we have input that should be considered in this session tomorrow for the regional mobility plan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Mark, and each one of you for your comments and for your time. We're going to move to the next session, which is a panel. I leave my colleagues with you. Good morning. We're going to have a brief break 5 minutes. We imagine that some of you would like to stand up and stretch a little bit. So we are taking 5 minutes. Thank you.
Bueno, espero hayan tenido buen provecho.
I hope that you enjoyed your
De jornada.
break. And now we're going to continue with the next session. And this is called the implementation of labor mobility programs, advances and opportunities for improvement. We will have approximately an hour and a half. This will end before our lunch break. We have two representatives, one from Guatemala and one from El Salvador. They will offer a 10-minute presentation about the programs of labor mobility, and then we will have a question and answer session. And we will open the floor to check if you have any questions or any comments. So welcome. Now we give you the opportunity of introducing yourself in a few minutes so that you can comment on the programs, progress make challenges, and the opportunities in your country. We will start with El Salvador. Thank you. Good morning to all. My name is Gerardo Perez. I am a director of diaspora and development from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As part of the work in the director, this is a new director. We started working 9 months ago. And we have the Department of Labor Mobility Programs within the directorate. No, we also have Mexico with us. They are online, and then they will have the opportunity of introducing yourself. Good morning to all. My name is Luis Juarez. I am the coordinator of the Department of Labor Mobility from the Ministry of Labor from Guatemala. And our colleagues who are joining us virtually, can you introduce yourselves, please?
¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días acá en México.
De su micrófono.
¿Me indican si ya nos escuchan?
Escuchamos.
Can you hear?
Perfecto.
Yes, we are able to hear you. Thank you very much. Donaciano Dominguez Espinosa is my name, General Director in the National Service of Employment from the Ministry of Labor in Mexico.
También entiendo.
We have another representative from Mexico, is that correct? Enrique, you have the floor. Good morning, Enrique Evangelista. I am Director of Labor Mobility in the Secretariat of Labor. Now, Gerardo, you have the floor so they can share with us the program of labor mobility in El Salvador. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your coffee break. I wanted to start by saying that we are not a typical program. We have been working with the United States from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we support a program with Canada through the Ministry of Labor. Through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have identified different opportunities and benefits because we have a good relationship with the countries that allows to have agreements. Now, having the operation within the ministry is something new. We will soon have the presentation on the screen. I can provide more information. We have a program of labor mobility since August last year. So We found challenges that we had to overcome, but also we have seen many benefits. Do we have the presentation ready?
Muchas gracias. Si gusta la
Thank
siguiente.
you. Next slide, please.
Gracias. Bueno, ¿cómo funciona?
Thank you. How does the program work within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? So we have 4 stages or phases. We start with outreach. What is this? We have a contact with companies to find opportunities,
¿Qué es lo que sucede? Nosotros somos un programa que
work
trabaja
opportunities. We are a program that works based on demand. Once we have a request for a job, based on that, we start to screen and look at profiles and find the best.
también en
labor.
nuestros consulados tenemos
And we have in our consulates, we have 5 in total in the United States. We have 1 new person who is a labor liaison. These are officers that work in our consulates, and they are responsible for 2 things. 1, contacting new companies, and at the same time, they can and they have to monitor the workers. This is step number 3. Step number 2 is the invitation, selection, and recruitment of workers. We have been creating
en nuestro semillero.
a database. We have 120,000 workers. We have gone through police records and we have a profile for them. And we go through a background security check. At the same time, we are carrying out psychometric studies for each one of the workers so that when there is a job opportunity, they are ready to travel to the United States. Step number 3 is the monitoring of workers and their return. Through our consulates and our liaisons, we are in constant contact with the workers because people may think that because this is the United States, there's no cultural shock, but the truth is that they go through a cultural shock. Most of the time they travel for the first time in their lives. This is why we create WhatsApp groups. And if we see that they have an issue with one of the workers, we travel to where they are because the majority of them are in rural areas of US to stay in contact with them. And there's a communication issue. We talk to the employer. The majority of the problems that we have identified are easy to overcome. And the return of the worker is also important. We must guarantee that the worker comes back. We promote that this program is for temporary work, and what the President Bukele is always saying, he wants migration to be an option and not an obligation. We want people to come back, and in the reintegration programs, which is step 4, one of the most common comments as part of this program is when we ask the worker, what do you like about this program? Is that I can come back and see my family. We see that most of the people that are migrating in any irregular way are based on a need. They do it because they need it, but it's not something they want to do. So the possibility of offering this opportunity to our people is something is very valuable for them. Next slide, please. What is the institutional ecosystem that we have?
Estamos muy agradecidos con la
We are grateful for the collaboration that we've had through countries and organizations. We work together with USAID, who are helping us to finance the program within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Government of Canada. As the ambassador mentioned, there is a need to strengthen the program that we have with Canada to date, we have improved 400%, which is a figure that sounds impressive, but because the numbers that we had before were low. And with the government of Canada, we have different initiatives and agreement that will be signed with Maple Leaf, a recruitment agency in Canada that I'm sure will improve.
De la mano con
Also in outreach and business management, we work together with USAID and also with the Ministry of Labor. With them, we also work in the program with Canada. Selection and recruitment, we have many allies. Why? Because we want our database to be solid and strong. So we have third-party services, urban strategy SPY, and the idea is to start the program, but this program will be from the government of El Salvador. But in order to grow, we need support here. And as any other cooperation project, this has to be owned in the end by the government of El Salvador. We have a strong alliance within SAFOR, but this is important. Why? In the area of agriculture, our weather, well, we do not have access to fruits that are grown in cooler areas. For example, Guatemala has this opportunity for these
clases de inglés también para algunas
and also for English classes that are required by the age to the visas. We are working together with INSAFORP to prepare our workers for the reintegration of our workers. We work together with IOM. And
bueno para el programa.
This year has been a great year for the program. I think the impact assessment, we will have more information next year. As I said, with Canada, we have a 400% improvement, but with US, now talking with my colleagues, it's 1,000%. We went from having 200 workers assigned. I will show you the figure, but we have a very different amount. So the impact assessment that we will see next year will be important and should be discussed. We are working directly with the US and Canada. We have been negotiating with Spain, Italy, and Panama, and other regions that have expressed the need that they have for temporary workers: Portugal, Uruguay, Mexico, the European Union, and Sweden.
Entonces, con las buenas prácticas que tenemos a la fecha, guías
Best
sobre
practices, guides on labor rights. We give this to the workers when they leave here in El Salvador. We have identified where, well, people think about irregular migration.
Entonces, para nosotros es sumamente importante
For
que ellos
us, it's very important that they are empowered because they are legally working according to the laws in the United States. So when they come back, we have programs so that they are incorporated back into the market. They have a significant amount of money. We know that the country is improving, but when they come back with these salaries, we want to teach them how to invest that money. And we promote entrepreneurship.
Gracias. Buenas prácticas, jornadas
Best
tutoriales.
practice, well, we have sessions, days in which we work together with them, and because the program has been so successful, we have seen
Entonces,
that there
estamos
is fraud. So we do these working sessions so that people know about the program. They have to know that this is an option for regular migration. and also to show the benefits of the program. The database that we have is dynamic and transparent, and something that the government of El Salvador is doing with our workers, and not only with workers, really with everyone, is the vaccination program led by President Bukele has been positive.
Ya con la segunda
Currently,
vacuna,
we have over 90% of our population that has two vaccine, and these vaccines are approved by CDC, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, and the others that are approved by CDC. The new project of work liaisons has been very successful, which is what I mentioned, is the people that we have in the offices in US, and in the short term, we will add 2 liaisons in Canada so that they have the same responsibility. We work with IOM to prevent irregular migration, and also sessions and lectures before they leave. We want that people that are going to leave, they know exactly what they're going to do, that they agree with all conditions, so that when they are there, they can perform as well as expected. We speak about the worker, but for us, it's also important to have a good relationship with the company, the employer.
Creo que aquí hacía falta una diapositiva que no la veo, pero se las puedo decir. A la fecha tenemos 600.
We have 615 workers that are in US and Canada in process of obtaining a visa, which means that these have been accepted in a job. We have 900, and in recruitment we have 2,000. This means that these workers are being interviewed. Actually, we have a company in another hotel who is interviewing approximately 300 workers, and on the weekend we will have another one, and next week we will also have new requests. As I was saying, the truth is that this has been a challenge, but we went from having 200 workers. A couple of weeks ago, we had 12 companies that came here to interview. This was to hire 1,000 Salvadoran workers. Everything was a success and very, very well accepted. The impact of the labor mobility programs, I also mentioned it during my opening remarks. All the impact is positive. People, when they come back, they invest in their own houses, they pay any debt, and also they say something that's important, and it's important that you know, here in El Salvador, 70% of our population is not part of the banking system. But workers that go to this program must open a bank account to receive the deposits of their salaries. So just due to the nature of the program, they become part of the banking system. This for us is very important. Next, please.
Pasamos a la última, que creo que en el área del tiempo. Gracias. ¿Cuáles son algunos
What are some
retos y buenas prácticas que nos gustaría compartir?
Best practices and challenges? We need to adapt legal and administrative processes to the current dynamic of migration. Something that is very important for us is to have a good relationship with countries of destination, the companies that are hiring them. And when they think that agriculturists are traveling to the US, well, right now we are a country in a process of recovering our agricultural sector. But when these workers come back, they will have new knowledge. They will be able to contribute to the country as well. This is fundamental for us. And to my colleague Elsie, who is here with me, we are passionate about this program, and I could speak about this for hours, but in the interest of time, this will be the end of my presentation. Thank you, Gerardo, for sharing these best practices. And also the challenges. And now Mr. Luis Juarez has the floor so that he can speak about the situation in Guatemala.
Primero empezar
Thank you.
explicando un
First of all, I would like to explain how the Department of Labor and Mobility works. We have 6 divisions or 6 sections. Our process from the moment we receive the request from employers to the moment when we receive visas, it's a total of 21 days. We have sections, for example, where everything starts, which is registration and statistics. This section is responsible for certifications, which are legal authorities in Guatemala, MP and RENAS, and we try to provide employers qualified labor, and they have this all statistics of the department. Then we have recruitment. They are responsible for this
dentro de los
part of the process from all the people that we have enrolled. Then we have training. There are 3 modules for training. The introduction, like Gerardo was saying, is the point that they know about the department and what we do. This is what we do with all stakeholders or anyone that's interested. We explain what the program of temporary work is. Then we have a specific introduction where specific guidance is where we tell all the applicants the name of the company that they're going to work, how long are they going to be there, how much they're going to make, etc. Then we have a module for supplementary training. Only those that are returning for a second, third, or fourth time receive this training. There are we have a group of 10 or 15 Guatemalans that are going to travel. We bring them together because the employer wants them again. They are going back to the same company and they know each other. Then we have the section of working with the consulate, which is responsible for looking at all the procedure with a request of visa for US and Canada. And finally, we have support and follow-up of the worker.
Eficientes con grupos de WhatsApp.
We are very efficient with WhatsApp groups to monitor the workers and ask them how they're doing about the labor conditions, living conditions, and we monitor them on a weekly basis. We are working with the US and Canada, mostly with the US as a Ministry of Labor, and with the private recruitment agencies. Most of the people go to Canada, and last year we sent about 15,000 workers, and for this year the projection is 20,000 workers. We are working on a pilot project with Germany, where they've asked for nursing professionals, nurses. We have a number of Guatemalans who are studying German, and when they get a B2 level, they can get a visa to work as a nurse in Germany. This program is quite new. It was established in May last year, and we are completing 1 year of the creation of the temporary work program. And we started sending people since 2019. We send 15 workers to Canada. Then in 2020, we sent 120 workers. In 2021, we sent 916 workers between Canada and the US. And in this year, 2022, we have sent over 800 people. This program is for Guatemalans. We identify their skills and they should be willing to work on a temporary job abroad for national employers or foreign employers who need Guatemalan labor force. The economic sectors that we cover are agriculture, construction, hospitality, transport. The achievements in 2021, we had a percentage of 769% of growth if we compare it to the people we sent last year. And we have achieved 95% of the target achieved. Recently, we had a great achievement, and that is the approval of agreement for the recruitment of Guatemalan workers for providing services for work abroad. In Guatemala, we see a lot of scams coming from people who want to take advantage of the workers. And this year, we approved this agreement or decree. This will regulate the private agencies who have to be authorized and registered in the Ministry of Labor as Article 34 of our labor code states. We've trained over 8,000 Guatemalan workers on their labor rights abroad. And as a labor ministry, we have placed 1,900 workers in Canada and the US. The biggest challenges that we see are that some employers request people with some English level. In our country, most of the population, they don't have access to this language, but we've had cooperation support so that we can conduct some English courses for our applicants. And one of the main challenges was to reach more employers because our database of candidates is really high, but the number of employers was not so large. We have enhanced our portfolio of employers, and we have the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the US with 23 consulates, and 4 will open soon, and also in Canada. Another important challenge is to identify people with intention of running away from the workplace. So that we don't get work visas canceled. So, and last year, 10% of the people run away. But this year, the percentage has been reduced, the percentage of people who want to stay in the country of destination. And I'll stop here. Thank you, Mr. Juarez, for sharing these advances and challenges. Now we will give the floor to Mr. Donacio Dominguez so that he can share about his experience in Mexico. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you. I would like to thank the National Conference.
Si me ponen la siguiente, por favor. El programa de trabajadores agrícolas.
The Agricultural Workers Program operates in our country since 1974, and this is based on a memorandum of understanding signed by the governments. And this gives us the certainty and the Canadian government through the Department of Labor, the Health Department, now in a pandemic, the Agriculture Department, we all have to work so that our workers could be protected in their human and labor rights, and that they are protected in the sanitary crisis. When this happened, we suspended the program for a period, and we agreed on the mechanisms to facilitate this mobility. We stopped for 8 days, and then the Canadian government assumed a commitment to supervise the sanitary conditions in the farms and to manage the vaccination process of the workers. So by the middle of April 2020, the workers started the vaccination process in Canada. Even in Mexico, we had not started the process now. In Mexico, all the population is vaccinated, and we are receiving the fourth vaccine. And we are in that process. Our workers benefited from that policy of the government of Canada because this is a program operated from government to government. The other thing is, in Mexico, we have the National Employment Services, like in many countries, and we have 167 offices responsible for operating free of charges. We have the recruitment processes in these offices. We do the interviews and selection of agricultural workers. The workers are not interviewed by the employers because we have managed to get them to accept our workers, and our workers travel informed of the labor conditions, living conditions, salaries, payment modes, and the time frame of the contract. In each office, we support the paperwork, getting the work permits. In Mexico, in the capital, we receive them, we give them their contracts, work contracts, air tickets, and we have staff at the airport so that they can have the necessary information. And in Canada, they are expected by the Foreign Affairs staff regarding history. In 1974, we sent 103 workers. And I wanted to reflect in 2019, what we have is we have sent over 26,000 workers in that year, but during the pandemic, we had a big contraction of the number of workers. First of all, because of respect to the human rights of the workers, they were the ones who decided who wanted to work and who didn't. Some of them decided to stay at home. Another percentage was reduced when the companies who operate in Canada, they reduced the requirements of workers. The other one was a reduction of spaces. The companies had to guarantee the implementation of sanitary protection measures. These workers, 80% of them is getting, or they are being called for different employers. 50% of them have been working for over 10 years in the program, and they could get retirement whenever they decided. The activities are sowing, cultivating, harvesting, and we can see how we are intervening in the different provinces. And we have over 16,000 workers so far. We think we will send 26,000 agricultural workers, and areas that are not agricultural, we are working on that, and we've sent over 3,000 people to food processing, fish processing, packaging, services, industries, manufacturing, where we are sending workers as well. Some of the achievements are, this is a legal, organized and safe labor mobility program, and the government of Mexico has been seen as a possibility to strengthen the hiring of workers through this program. And we have over 3,000 workers that have been sent to work this year. And with the US, we have been working on the system to send workers through the H-2A visa with corporations or companies, the agricultural associations, so that there is an ethical recruitment through the National Employment Service in Mexico. And with Germany, and we have 500 nurses in training process to migrate in March. We have youngsters who are studying German. They receive a scholarship for training, and they have a contract to migrate to Germany. And there is an agreement of the government of Mexico with the government of Germany to guarantee the protection of the human rights of these workers. Another thing is related to the strengthening of interinstitutional actions coordinated. If the governments of Mexico and Canada do their part, the project will flow. We have to facilitate the management of the program. We formed a group of high-level contacts to respond to any contingency, any problem that we could face in the farms in Canada. And this is with consular protection, which is extraordinary, and my recognition to Foreign Affairs for the work that they do in Canada. This program guarantees the respect of labor and human rights. One of the things that have facilitated to maintain the operation of the program is the automation and systematization of processes. Since we receive the request or application from the worker, it is online. They have to have an account. They have to have a bank account and digital literacy. The process that we are going through with our citizens.
we have these 167 offices where the workers can submit their applications. Remittances is one important aspect because this generates local development. By the fact that the number of workers going during the pandemic was lower, remittances increased. Afterwards, I am not sure if this is an achievement because this expresses one of the disadvantages that our citizens still have, because if a Canadian worker had access to insurance for unemployment, our workers could not decide to work a higher number of hours. Workers who have been working for 10 years in Canada, now they can have their own crops, greenhouses, farms, and companies based on the knowledge that they acquired in Canada. In terms of challenges, PTAT has to be enhanced. There are many workers in informal conditions traveling with coyotes, and this is something that we have to fight. We have to enhance the coverage of PTAT so that we do not contribute to coyotes who take advantage of the workers. We have to strengthen our structures so that we have a timely response. We have a qualified staff for the requirements that perhaps I don't have a German speaking person, and I'm working with a German company. Support the workers so that they can take advantage of this knowledge transfer. And we need to speed up the support of our country so that we can, so that they can start businesses. You have experience with the pandemic need for technology. We communicate through social media, email. We have to work on that. And we are working with the workers so that they can use basic technologies that allow them to communicate. You have to balance the salaries to make them equal. We have to supervise, and we have to also be able to see that there are sanctions for certain farms. There is a sanction in a farm for treating bad the workers in Mexico, but in Canada, there could have been workers in the same condition. So we have to strengthen the actions of placement agencies. Canadian companies, they can come to Mexico, they recruit people, and we don't realize it. In the coming months, we will regulate the participation of private agencies, private recruiters, and sanctions as well. And I want to highlight that about the recruiters in social media. The Public Security Secretariat, we have worked as these agencies work. An agency who is wrongly recruiting people, or they are serving as coyotes, we remove them from the social media because we don't want them to take advantage of people. I think that was it. Thank you. For Mexico, we are convinced that labor mobility program that is safe and adequate, it needs a committed government. We need the commitment of Mexico and the different countries. And one of the lines that we are working on is to formalize a model for labor mobility for Mexico and our friends from Latin America. Thank you. We are going to the questions. The first one is a general question, and you can answer in the order where you make your interventions. What are the challenges you have identified for the inclusion of a gender approach in labor mobility programs? Thank you. In the case of El Salvador, so far we have 90% of men who are going for these jobs, but most of the labor opportunities are construction jobs that are quite tougher, and the employer wants workers who can do like hard work. Recently, we sent some workers to Alaska. We saw in the interviews women, men, and when we asked, they said that women performed better because this was to process fish. So in the future, this will improve when the different sectors diversify. We want to reinforce agriculture and construction, but also we are looking for more specialized work, like in services and other jobs where women can be incorporated. We have identified in Guatemala the awareness with the employers. The work orders issued by the institutions, they don't say this many men, this many women. And sometimes the employers are not prepared to receive women for tough jobs. We had some requests some time ago. They were asking for people who had experience in watermelon and melon crops, and we could recruit 12 women, and they have worked on that and they have the capacity. We talked to the employers if they could receive them, and the answer was no, because the living conditions are not separate. So we have to get 12 men to cover those positions. And this should be addressed because the employers should be prepared to receive women. Thank you. We give the floor to Mr. Donaceno. I agree with the colleagues. I think the element number one has to do with awareness within the employers so that they understand that the jobs should be done based on competencies. I talked about certification of skills, and for the agricultural workers program, they go from Mexico to Canada. There was an alarm. So we talk about an agricultural worker. This work has been done for women, we think, but this is far from true. Productive activities in the country are also being done by women, and we have to incorporate awareness processes and the recognition that in the contracts, competencies should be considered, not the gender. Now we will go to specific questions for each country. In the case of El Salvador, Can you tell us to what extent have pre-departure orientation sessions contributed to the integration of migrants in the United States of America? As I said before, the pre-departure talks, they are very important because the workers should know what they are going to do over there. We give them information about, we reconfirm all the conditions in the destination that they are legally going there, and we prepare the workers with the language that they can get integrated. Something that we have seen, we identify a group coordinator. Is the person, if somebody goes away or something happens, we are in touch with this person directly through these WhatsApp groups. So we believe that it's very important that they know what they are going to find there, because in the end, they are going with a contract, and if they don't want to finish a contract, then they have to know what is going to happen. We want to continue to promote good practices.
Objetivos específicos del programa de trabajo.
Part of the specific objectives of temporary work is the creation and continuous dissemination of information to prevent scam. When there is a recruitment of migrant workers, what are the mechanisms in place to monitor and assess the dissemination of this information for workers, for migrant workers? Thank you. Well, the main thing is the support that we've had from the cooperation agencies, creating awareness and disseminating this information, reaching places where they don't know about these scams or working visas. We have been able to reach more people with this information thanks to the cooperation. Also, at the Ministry of Labor, we have decentralized our recruitment processes and our training processes as well to places that have the highest levels of irregular migration. This is for workers to know that when they are offered an opportunity to work but paying, they have to know that no one can guarantee that they will have a job opportunity regardless of the amount that they pay. So we have been decentralizing these processes, training and recruitment to reach people in places where there are important levels of irregular migration. Additional to this, the approval of the recent agreement that I mentioned before, this will allow us to have control over all private recruitment agencies in the country, so that they follow a process in which they do the activities in an orderly manner, following all requirements. Thank you. Now the question is for Mexico. What are the actions or initiatives in place to monitor that human and labor rights are protected for migrant workers in Canada?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The first topic is related, and I will guiding lectures or guiding talks for the workers. They know the obligations, the conditions of the work is if
participación de las áreas de protección consular. ¿no? Con áreas especializadas y de
If things go the wrong way, we also have the support of people in the consulates, and any question, any complaint that is submitted. Well, for this, we have created the contact group due to the number of workers that we have.
cada 15
We
días
are constantly communicating, and we meet with the government of Canada
presentar
every 15 days to review any issue. And we have expressed supervisions to verify the conditions that the workers are in, and also
una relación de aquellas empresas que han cumplido con las condiciones
establishing a relationship with the companies that have
determina
not
el gobierno de
met
México no enviar un trabajador, ¿no?
the
Y
conditions, and
mejorar
we
reglamentos
have
de
a
agencias de colocación que
list
para trabajar un poco en la
of companies where we cannot send workers. We cannot tolerate that a private agency in Mexico
los servicios
offers workers to a company that is sanctioned by the government of Mexico.
empresa y aún no tiene que pagar, lleva a los trabajadores por otra vía. Y los connacionales optan en estas
And
vías
nationals usually
un trabajador que va en el programa
go
de protección de
through
seguridad
this
social,
because
trae
sometimes
accidentes y
they
demás.
are agricultural workers. They have insurance with us, but those traveling with a private agency, they do not ensure that the farms have the necessary conditions. So part of the thing that we're working on is a relationship from government to government that allows us to protect the rights of workers. Thank you to the three speakers for the presentation and the answers. Now we will open the floor for questions or comments from other countries.
Por favor, creo que atrás hay. Y si tiene una específica, nos puede decir.
If you have a question specifically for one of the members of the panel, you can also mention that.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días.
Good morning. I would like to congratulate three speakers. Truly, these three programs are successful and interesting. I have two questions. These are general questions. One, I would like to understand what has been the relationship or the role that unions have played both in the country of origin and the country of destination with these programs. Or do you have, or do they have some kind of participation, the unions, I mean? And the second question is, if you've had, is there a plan to anticipate the skills that are in demand? Of course, these programs address the needs that we have right now, but it's a reality that agriculture is moving towards technology and demanding less labor or workforce. Maybe other economies are growing in reception countries. So maybe the training process for people that
respuesta a estas
could
necesidades.
respond to these needs in these countries is not, well, it's not simple. It takes years to train, teach the skills. Are you taking steps to address the future demand? Of course not in the short term, but we know that it's coming. Thank you for your question. I would like to answer that.
Bueno, gracias. Si gustan, por lo menos
Thank you.
El Salvador.
In El Salvador.
Bueno.
En México sí lo escuchamos, ¿eh?
Pero creo que aquí
Here in
no.
Mexico, we can hear you.
Gracias. Sí, en el caso de El Salvador, bueno, con
Yes, in El Salvador, speaking about unions, we
es una base abierta.
for people to join the database. So this is an open database. There's no preference for any social group. It can be for all ages, men, women. So we haven't had any experience with unions in El Salvador. In the United States, we heard about initiatives. They are trying to get organized, but currently we do not have temporary union workers. This is from El Salvador. Speaking about new skills, you are absolutely right. Now the skills in agriculture are changing. It requires more technology. What we've done here are alliances with some of the companies. And why? In order to have the equipment that they need to train. And some of the companies, some of the cultural companies are taking the time to train workers. And obviously here in El Salvador, we do not have the necessary equipment to train them. Therefore, we are trying to diversify the sectors. And here I go back with two strategic alliances. We have alliances with cooking schools, culinary schools. We have universities, and this is for the H2A and H2B visas, and also with call centers that provide good profiles for other types of work. So we have a limitation with technology in the agricultural sector, but we can offer other work opportunities.
Bueno, de parte de Guatemala, igual.
Well, in Guatemala,
Coincido con Gerardo.
I agree with Gerardo. We haven't had the topic of the unions, neither in Guatemala or in foreign countries. Now, speaking about skills, well, we try to train and certify our temporary workers through INDECAT, which is the National Technical Training Institute, because they have the ability to train and certify based on the needs that each employer has. So we have certifications for waiters, for farmers that already have some know-how based on the work that they've done, but they need to certify with the BPM, the BPH. For example, this is in this agricultural sector. So we do work hand in hand with our training institute, so that we can give employers the profiles and the workers that they need. And Mexico, would you like to add something?
Trabajamos muy de la mano con
Yes, we work together with different organizations, and I insist promoting unions. It's not something that we know, but we do, but it is a right of Mexicans. But we work hand in hand so that these organizations can give the workers organization about human rights. Today we have a meeting so that they can speak about workers. We work hand in hand with Canada. And the next point, I see that the advantage that we have in this alliance that we have from government to government, and we are in consistent dialogue. We identify needs. One of the challenges that we have is expand the coverage of the program and move from crops and harvest to processing. So being able to sit with the government of Canada, different departments, and the representatives of employers, then we have access to learn firsthand what they need. Then we move to a program of skills to be able to standardize.
Y más elaborado, y lo señalaba el colega que hacía la pregunta, en el tema de la economía.
And as I was mentioning, in services with Canada and in the area of medical care, we see who is offering training so that during second and third year, they can include the German language. And the companies are funding the study of the language. And of course, they have a risk. The government of Canada could marry someone here in Mexico and not going to Germany. But this is how we anticipate the demands, the economy of care and jobs in the industry. We have the training institute, but we cannot continue training if there's no clear demand. So we try to have work plans and education plans. And we share this with the countries that we have a relationship with. So we create a link between the talent that we have in Mexico and not only from the demand. Right now, I don't have a nurse that speaks English. So we want to promote the skills and the talents of those that have a certificate. Thank you for your comments. We have another question.
Perfecto, muy buenos días. ¿Cómo están todos? Mi nombre es Yana
Good
Cruz.
morning. I come from Dominican Republic, and my question is,
Del tema
you mentioned the topic of inspection in the countries of destination, the places where they're going to work. I would like to learn a little bit more about the experience that you all have regarding the terms of inspection. How is this done? Is this done by the accredited staff that is living in the country? Do you advise the employer about the inspection? What are the measures that you've taken to prevent any violation of rights for these workers? Thank you. As I was saying, El Salvador has a new program of work or labor liaisons. In theory, they are distributed throughout the US so that they are able to cover the entire country. The idea is that this person travels to visit the company and can inspect any issues that they have. It's important to mention that we will never do surprise visits. It's always coordinated with the company. Why? Because something that we have experienced, at least here in El Salvador, is that there are many attorneys trying to manipulate workers to create lawsuits against companies, and companies are very careful with that. So what I believe is if we do a surprise visit, the company could take this as a negative action on our behalf. And we also take into consideration that these companies, of course, are lawful in all senses, and through WhatsApp groups. In case something happens through these groups, we receive the information. But we always coordinate everything with the company, with the employer. As a program for El Salvador, we are always transparent in all senses. So we are going to visit them, we let them know, we do the inspection, we talk to workers, we talk to the company. This is how we operate. Well, on behalf of Guatemala, is not something that is a responsibility of the Ministry of Labor. We receive the support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the 23 consulate offices that we have in the US and the ones in Canada, but we have two different types of visits: periodical that have been coordinated with the company, or when the workers request it because they notify us that they are bad practices that the employer is using. So we try that. These are not inspections, really. These are visits made by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The idea is that we can fix the issues that the workers are reporting. If this is not possible, we call the local authorities. Thank you. Mr. Donacio, would you like to add to this topic?
En el caso del programa de trabajo.
Yes, in the agricultural workers program, the first phase of inspection is done by the government of Canada. It is a process that it's already a regulated to
Es una de las
authorize
condiciones
the
del gobierno
possibility of
de Canadá y
hiring
voy a-
Mexican workers. It's one of the conditions. And this is not something from Mexico, this is something from the government
Empleo y
of
Desarrollo
Canada.
Social
The
tiene
Department of
sus
Employment,
registros,
Social
los resultados
Development
de la
have a record of the outcomes of the
vez que
inspections
tenemos
done by Canada.
Canadá.
Once we have a worker in
¿Alguna
Canada,
inquietud de nosotros tenemos
if there is a concern, we have a system that allows us to collect concerns
Podemos solicitar
of
a
workers
nuestros
that may
consulados, al área de
see
protección
negative conditions, and we can ask for a visit to verify
Si se
what
trata
the
de elevar
worker
una
has said.
preparar un
If there is a
expediente,
complaint,
presentarlo,
then we can prepare a file so they can submit it to the local authorities.
tenemos autoridad para hacer
In the
inspección,
government of Mexico, we do not have the
competencia
authority
estricta.
to do an inspection in a Canadian company. This is responsibility of the labor authorities of the corresponding country. What we do is make a formal complaint to the authorities. And it is possible
y puedan ser entregados
to
los
request inspection. Thank you. We have one more, and this will be the last question. Good morning. Julian Mateo, Vice Minister from Dominican Republic. We want to acknowledge this best practice done by El Salvador, which is our host country, and also from Guatemala and Mexico in terms of circular labor migration, because this practice is the objective of the forum. Workers benefit from that type of migration. Their rights are guaranteed, and also the GDP in the destination country and in the country of origin increases. And this is a win-win situation. In case there is a violation of rights done by the contracting employer, like our colleague from Mexico explained, this can be resolved through the embassy or the consulate, with having a direct communication with the authorities in the country of destination. Then the inspection could take place without any inconvenience. And speaking about escapes mentioned by the colleague of Guatemala, that is an issue that with awareness, with workers' awareness, can be solved as well, so that they understand and they know that this would harm the process and it would harm both countries. And of course, the possibility that more workers from their country can benefit from this program. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. We, of course, can continue talking through lunch, but we would like to respect the schedule. We have now 1 hour and a half for a lunch break. Thank you, Guatemala, Mexico, and El Salvador, for sharing with us this progress that you've done, and of course the challenges and the things that we need to work more to support, and also public policies. Enjoy your lunch. We will be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la invitación. Buena tarde a todos.
To continue with the agenda for the day, we have a panel. Here we will be in two worlds. The panelists are online and the participants are mostly here. So I feel like I'm in a parallel world. The next panel is potentiating the benefits of labor programs and the perspective of employer organizations. We've seen the importance of the government actions, but also in the stakeholders. Within them, the employers are very important because they do the hiring, and if they do it in a fair manner, there will be more efficiency in the labor market. So we will have the participation of three panelists. The first is Randall Arias, a senior specialist with activities with employers. He is in politics and he works in the ILO sector. He has worked in Central America, Haiti, Panama. We have Norma Encinas. She's been working in the H2A program, accompanying thousands of workers who worked in different companies in the US. Her experience helps the agricultural industry in the US, managing the number of legal problems, and she has directed the program H2A with an ethical, transparent recruitment processes to add value to the agricultural value chain. And we will have Laura Barrera. She has a degree in law and she has 19 years of experience in the agricultural sector. She worked in the agricultural chamber of Guatemala, and this represents over 1 million producers dedicated to agricultural activities in the 22 departments of Guatemala, contributing to the promotion and increase of exports through institutional strengthening. She is in Guatemala. So to our panelists, thank you and welcome. And we will start by hearing Randall Arias. He will speak from the perspective of the employer sector. The floor is yours. Thank you, Ana Maria. Can you hear me? Yes. Please give me a second. After 27 months, I've come back to the office. Good afternoon, everyone. To thank the organizers, the governments for this space. Such a relevant subject. I am Randall Arias. I work in ILO San Jose, and I have to work with the employers sector. This is a three-party organization, and our constitution and mandate is of three parties, and how to make sure that the rights of the migrants are respected, and how to meet
needs of employers. These are two sides of the coin that we have to balance from the perspective of the international perspective. And we have to see, we have the awe of business organizations. So we work with the employers and with organizations of employers such as Camagro. Why these business organizations why are they important? Because they have the advantage that they have representatives and they are legitimate. They are representative, and instead of speaking to individual companies, these organizations allow the government to have a single point of contact, and the members of these organizations, they have to talk to each other, and this is very interesting because when you speak to the employers, typically there is one single person speaking. In that person, there are strict, there is a strict discipline in these chambers or organizations. So when the representatives speak, they are serious. And this applies to regional spaces of dialogue as well, due to the collaboration and coordination that the employers have. They have efficient channels of communication because we speak one or two languages in the region. So I know that I don't have to remind you something so basic. What secures the participation of the private sector? This secures the legitimacy of public policies. Why? Because the concern of the sector is that sometimes many migration policies, they were not consulted with the private sector. So this is very important because in the end, in terms of employment, whoever complies or not complies are the employers. And for compliance of the international regulations, naturally the central role is that of the employers. And what are the critical factors that the employers of Central America do? I said that the employers are the ones who have to respect the regulations, and I am speaking about human rights in a more broad subject. And the 2030 agenda, they are, this is an agenda, a human rights agenda. And particularly, and with a special emphasis regarding equality in recruitment. And this is the most important thing. In human rights, not only decent work in labor law, the value checks, because for instance, the organized sectors, in the organized sectors, the non-compliance of these regulations is in the informal economies in Central America. We have 6 or 7 businesses out of 10 are informal businesses, and we have to think of how to reach that informal world, and the commitment of the organized private sector that groups formal companies. These formal companies or big companies, they have to use a due diligence process in the value chains. It's not only about what the company does, but also what the suppliers do to make sure that all the links in the chain are respecting human rights, labor rights, and the migrant workers. Why is important to consult the sector? Because they are the ones who hire people, they know what they need, what is the profile, the competencies, and when do they need the workers, and in what places. Hence, the quality and legitimacy of public policy. So we have to have them on the table systematically, permanently, so that the public policies respond to the needs of how many people they need, what is the profile, when and where they need them. And the final thought is how to build a culture of compliance, and this is fundamental, and we have to remember the higher the easy to comply with the regulations, the higher compliance there is. And this is directly related to the complexity of the regulations. And I'm not saying, I'm not referring to how ambitious is the law. Most ambitious, the more protective, but how easy it is to comply. And this is not about how much is the cost of it. It's how long does it take to do paperwork or a process, where is it digitalized. So the compliance have to do with how easy the process is. And finally, I will take the liberty to talk about the strategy that we have been advising from ILO. And we have supported the employer sector of Central America and Dominican Republic. And we want to secure the balance. And this varies throughout time. The dynamic balance in terms of migrations, it has 2 elements that make it dynamic: time and place. Hence, public policies, they have to be dynamic, and they have to secure the respect of human rights, and that it adapts to the dynamic
nature of this phenomenon. And so there are 6 pillars in the strategy that we are going to launch. There is the perspective of the employer sector. And the first thing has to do with the improvement of the regulations. The regulations strictly, but also the management, the practical side of it. And this is where we have more challenge in the region. And the second has to do with the promotion of inclusive social dialogue. Along with the union movements, with employers organizations, third, the production of information about the labor market. In order to make decisions, employers and the employer sector, they have needed first-hand information of easy access. And this is fundamental to make decisions. And this has to do with the quality of regulations and compliance with them. Fourth, the creation and strengthening of recognition and certification of skills. This has to do with competencies, skills, and we have to think about the common elements of this framework. And we are very small. It shouldn't be difficult, but it is actually complex. And finally, we have to adapt. What we have in our educational system is not always training people with the competencies that the labor market requires. So we have to have a comprehensive view of the management of migration. And these are the elements from this perspective. Thank you. Thank you for showing us the perspective of the employer sector. We have the director of the H2A program, Norma Encinas. We will see how this works.
Por la introducción y también agradezco
Thank you
mucho.
for the introduction. It's a pleasure with us to share this space with you. I will begin by telling you is cierto. Cierto is an alternative to other recruiters due to inadequate practices that are still there. In reality, most of the frauds take place during the recruitment process. In our conversations with supermarkets and with agricultural producers, we realized that there was a need, and we have to recognize. I'm sorry, the voice is breaking. So we are an agency, a recruiting agency, which is registered, and in the US, we are we recruit, hires, trains, and places agricultural workers from different Central American countries in the US. The agricultural labor force trained and certified that contributes to the supply chain is what we do. We protect the interests of the workers and the producers.
from the recruitment stage using reliable sources or networks. My department is in charge of receiving the different applications and sending them to the government for the work permits, and we manage the necessary aspects to guarantee the work contracts. And in our recruitment model, we work with a network of communities with agricultural experience. Her screen has frozen, the audio as well. And the way we protect transparency in our recruitment process is to work with the counterpart from the community of origin to the employer's door and following back until the end of the contract. Our counterparts, they verify all our hiring process, and they work with us from the beginning of the contract until the end of the process. We work with external groups. Our voice is breaking. Transparent and free of cost. The way we work is the way we recruit these counterparts is that they are from communities where we are recruiting, and they have years of experience working with these specific communities, specializing in different areas such as the migration of agricultural workers, human rights, community leaders, Catholic or Christian leaders in the community. That method allows that the job offers are seen with trust for everybody involved in the process. Once the workers are identified in the community, so we train them, because we believe that training is fundamental. And this is one of the most important things from our structure. We conduct some trainings once the applicants have been recruited. We provide different training models, some are designed for first-time applicants, and others for applicants who come back every year. And with those trainings, we generate workers with a mindset of open communication. Her voice is breaking again. To solve any problem, but especially, and the most important thing is that they understand their value for the farm and within the supply chain. And we had some surveys. We do them in 3 different periods and part of the contract. These surveys allow our employers, workers to evaluate our processes and make sure that all the information and steps of the process, they were accurate, transparent, and free of cost. And with this monitoring system, we can identify any question, challenge within the process, recruitment process, and this allows us to identify things that we have to include in the trainings. And then now I will speak about my experience that I have working with the challenges that employers face in the recruitment of migrant workers. There are so many challenges that farmers are facing. They are trying to get legal workers, enough workers, and this is a huge problem. And it's a problem that people have tried to address for decades. And they think that the fastest route would be the modification of the H-2A visas, creating a sustainable labor force. But the US Congress has made efforts to try to address it, but the reality is that they've never been able to reach that goal. The employers in the US, they face different dilemmas. They don't have readily available labor force. Their dream as employers is to have a well-trained labor force that is competent, professional, but that they are ready to come back to these farms year by year. The H-2A program, called H-2A visa program, it provides this legal tool to bring foreign workers to the US to carry out agricultural works on a temporary basis and for a maximum period of 10 months at a time. These producers, they can use this program to satisfy their needs of labor. And in order to carry out this program, the employer that they have to be able to show to the Department of Labor of the US that their efforts to recruit workers in the US was unsuccessful, which is nowadays it's not a problem to prove that, because this problem in the US is a crisis. Every time there's less people interested to work in agricultural fields, we will add another problem. The H-2A program is extremely costly for employers. Employers, they have to pay a minimum wage, which is specific of every state. I can give you an example. For instance, in the state of California, the minimum wage for any type of industry is $15 per hour. But the minimum wage that you have to pay for the H-2A program is $17.52 per hour. And this is the adverse effect at trade wage, and we have to cover this minimum wage for the program. And it's not only that, the employer is responsible for paying absolutely all the expenses, the visa cost, transport from the place of origin to the consulate, from the consulate to the workplace. If the worker completes the contract, the employer is also responsible for covering their return cost. And we don't stop once they finish. I'm sorry, once they get there, the employer has to provide housing and transport. And so, as you can understand, this is quite a big burden for the employer, because, but they are compelled to do that, because otherwise they won't have the necessary labor force to harvest their crops. And the number of H-2A visas applied for and approved in the last years, they have tripled. In 2005, there were 48,000 visas approved for H2A, and in 2020, there were 275,000 visas, 275,000 visas. So it's impressive the growth of this program, and that's a very clear indicator. The importance of having ethical recruitment, because obviously with all the costs and everything that the employer is investing in order to bring people through this program, it's been proven that the worker who was ethically recruited is an investment in the labor force of the employer. They don't want their family to be extorted, and their focus, and that they have a productive mentality. And for the employer, it's more costly to do things well, but they are showing that they are working on their supply chain.
We also understand that in the supermarket, buyers must promote and acknowledge those that are doing things well. The visits that Cierto has promoted with supermarkets, we have shown our model, and these employers have increased their sales, and this is because they're focused on ethical employment. On the other hand, the employer wants that the learning curve is fast, because for one day that they need to train the worker when they arrive in the United States is a day lost in production, and a very significant investment is extremely costly for the employer. We have a mapping where we select the recruitment area according to the job offers and the type of experience that we have in each one of the states.
Promover la profesión.
Promote that the worker is professional together with the plan for their lives is fundamental. At this time, we're looking at the possibility of creating safe migration corridors that allow Guatemalans to work in Mexico with specific employers so that they get the necessary experience and then bring them to the United States in H2A visa and then go back to Guatemala. This is to develop their plan for life. These types of proposals are win-win for both parties, the worker and the employer. On one hand, the employer is able to train his workforce in Mexico where the cost is not as high, and it prepares these workers for the agricultural industry that exists in the US. And also the worker, well, they have the possibility of and access to more contracts. The first goal is that they finalize that contract successful, and this allows them to have a plan of life for them and for their families. They can plan to buy land or be able to build their house or invest in a business or save for university studies, many things. We want workers to make their great efforts so that they can come back every year and meet their goals. In summary, Cierto believes in the importance of creating fair recruitment, respecting the laws of each of the countries involved. And when we work with our national and international counterparties, we ensure transparency to benefit all stakeholders, everybody that is participating in the supply chain, and also with the adequate training of the workforce and the collaboration with employers who are making an effort to offer jobs and good quality working conditions, then we can offer a fair contracting or hiring process for workers and a quality harvest for employers. Thank you very much.
Creo que hemos visto ahorita, digamos, una perspectiva.
I see that we now have a regional perspective. In practice, the challenges that we can have and the opportunities that we find in temporary work scheme. Now we're going to hear the perspective of the Chamber of Labor in Guatemala, and depending on the capabilities and skills or the financial capital obtained when we work abroad, we must also focus on workers returning to their communities and how this program have an impact in the economic growth of these countries of origin. Welcome, Laura. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Barrera. From the Cámara del Agro, we have been working in a comprehensive way, and I would like to share a little bit about what Cámara del Agro is. Chamber of Agriculture. We have a vision of producing food for the world, creating sustainable and decent work in Guatemala. This has been done through our partners, with the support of our partners. And I would like to mention who we are. We have the Sugar Association, also Coffee Exporters Association. We have also an agricultural company, AgroProgreso, and the National Coffee Association, and independent banana producers.
La Unión de Cañeros del Sur. También tenemos a la
Unión de Cañeros del Sur, and we also have the dairy product producers, milk, livestock, and the
para nosotros,
Association of Porcicultores. If you can see, we have small producers and big ones, but these are all part of our sector. Why do I mention this? It's because the agricultural sector in Central America and in Guatemala is the largest employer. In Guatemala, out of every 3 jobs, 1 is agriculture. We have 33% of the active population, economically active population. Through agriculture, we have 2 million jobs, and 1 million come from commercial agro, and the other percentage comes from
para subsistencia. Entonces, desde ahí,
the subsistence agriculture. Here we see a challenge for the employment in Guatemala. Even though we are a sector that creates more employment, we always have things that we need to work on. The employment in Guatemala, and I'm going to speak about 2 sectors specifically, because we have seasonality in the production based on this graph. We can see that in January, nationally is 83% of the production. February, March, in March, 67%. And May, this decreases. This is for coffee and sugar. And other crops such as banana But none of us that
en
is
Guatemala.
present in all seasons. In October, we start again. In November and December,
En una franja verde
and we can see in the bar graph in green what is the employment in the international sector. I say this because
sobre la fuerza
there
laboral.
are specific findings about the workforce due to migration. In Guatemala, we have, in order to obtain this production or to get the job, families migrate from their communities of origin towards productive areas, and this is for sugar as well. And we see this in the graph. Coffee is 50% of those that go through internal migration, and sugar is 30%. Migrates to other departments here in Guatemala in order to get a job.
Manera de fortalecer por una
We are looking for a way to strengthen the internal mobility due to the work, and
OIT
have been working with the support of ILO and the Employees Association who have supported us, and through a policy for human rights, we've had an opportunity of implementing our productivity, environmental practices that have been very important so that we can establish standards
personas al momento de migrar.
When they are migrating to other departments. We have specific actions that we have carried out with our partners. I had a technical issue, but I wanted to say that I've been in the Cámara del Agro 19 years, and I've seen how the topic, how it has evolved. The greatest concern 20 years ago was how to be more productive and enter a new market. And for the last 10 years, when we started to work on the social branch and started to find a way to promote that a worker has the adequate conditions and that there is compliance with all legislation. In 2012, we launched our labor policy with the support of Ministry of Labor in Guatemala and ILO, a policy that offers parameters for the legality. And then in 2013, we created a manual of best practices in the workplace, and this has been helpful so that when an employer migrates to the area of production, they can have everything that is necessary regarding housing, food, and the compensation for their work, paying for all benefits, complying with the law. Then we saw that there was a great need to create a business network to prevent and eradicate child labor. And this was significant for the coffee sector. The sector has been working because this not only workers migrate in the sector, but families and people had the tradition that their children also worked. And through the National Association of Coffee in Guatemala, we started to work on projects called Coffee Kindergarten, where we can support them with studies so that the children can work in the sector, but having schooling, technical training, and all of these actions have helped us to train and be able to help employers so that they can have worker that migrates in better condition in 2018. We also created a guide for occupational safety. It was important because
nos dimos cuenta
when the pandemic started, the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that we still needed to implement things like the use of masks and others. We had to add things like taking the temperature, but we realized that we were ready when the pandemic came, because when we had to implement our COVID guides, we added certain specific points. And we also trained people that was helpful for the employers so that their workers were in good conditions. And that was an important part for us, the opportunity of discovering this. In 2018, we launched our policy to respect human rights and best practices to implement the human rights principles. This is a guide for all our partners so that they were able to implement them through these projects. We also created a manual for part-time work. Definitely, what we have seen is that the workers that migrate from different areas of Guatemala may be important. I mentioned the example in which at times when there is a harvest for sugarcane, they use a recruitment and they need all labor regulation. The sugar mills provide lodging for their workers as well as food. There are specific standards in place regarding health and occupational health, nutrition, internal norms. And because this sector offers 54,000 jobs a year, it also has indirect jobs over 200,000. In the sector of coffee, these are families that migrate and participate in the area of productivity, but also there is the human rights and labor policy in place. And all of these examples speaking about internal migrants, and we have been able to implement our policies with the support of ILO and the sectors can implement this through trainings and enforcing labor laws. And we are also working with the support of ILO, and I apologize for mentioning this many times, but they have truly been a support. And we have moved forward in due diligence. The agricultural sector now has 8 policies, a policy for human rights, and we are in the process of getting the other sectors on board so that they can have their own policy in order to have a consensus to create sustainable jobs through value chains, like Randall was saying at the beginning. And we believe in the basic principle of a culture respecting the law. And even though this sector is very diverse, there are cooperatives model or small producers. We also have a family agriculture. We believe it, we promote that regardless of the size of the company, they should allow that their own business dynamic and the hiring process are fair and based on respecting the law. This is clear for us, and we know that even though the migration topic is a very complex one, we are affected by this topic.
mano de obra, escasez.
Nowadays, in certain areas, there's no sufficient labor due to irregular migration, but we also see that regular migration is a benefit because we know that through this we can bring into the country new technology and people that are better trained so that they can implement processes in their country, processes that maybe have not been correctly developed, and achieve knowledge transfer and training, because when the employer works abroad, not only are they improving their quality of life and bringing more development to their family or the community, but also to a company where they can return with new knowledge and that will be able to create a career and be able to share
Que él aprendió en el exterior.
the knowledge that he or she learned. We see this as a positive element. There are challenges in the migration because there is bureaucracy involved in obtaining the work permit. Sometimes they are complex, but we know that if we have a public policy in place, we can achieve great things. We also see the coverage of Social Security, and we need a legislation that allows us to cover temporary workers, guarantee transit, and this is from Central America to other countries. This is what I wanted to share. This is what we're doing at Cámara del Agro internally in the topic of migration, but we also speak about what can we do to contribute to regular migration to other countries such as US and Canada. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for your perspective.
I have all the participants, and I would like to open the floor to see if somebody has a question or a comment. Okay. Good afternoon. I have a question regarding the presentation of Guatemala. We could see that since 2012, policy was designed, labor policy. I must understand that it was done through the agricultural chamber, and in general, sectoral policies come from government entities depending on the specific sector. And the agricultural policies normally come from the agricultural ministry together with the labor ministry, so that caught my eye because I would like you to clarify the formulation of that labor policy from 2012, if it was an initiative of the agricultural sector as such, if you had the participation of state or government agencies, or if there is a private labor policy and a policy from the state, and if so, how do you reconcile these two practices? Thank you. Thank you for your questions. This was an initiative of the labor sector.
implement a labor policy because, as I said before, ILO and the Ministry of Labor participated in the preparation of this policy. And what was the purpose? For us, through these instruments, we could train our partners so that they could train. And through these policies, and these were not only policies, but statements of commitment where the agricultural chamber and the agricultural sector, they committed to some principles like compliance with the laws and non-discrimination, not to forced labor, not to child labor, all these things that it's necessary to train the employers so that they have labor good practices in their workplaces, and so many things in the sector at the time. It was a time of crisis in Guatemala where they saw that there was no compliance. So we tried to regulate and organize things with our partners. So that's why these policies were created with the blessing of the Ministry of Labor and with ILO, who supports us with training as well.
¿Alguien más tendría alguna pregunta?
Someone else has a question?
Sí, por favor, Vinicio.
Hola, gracias. Solo una consulta quizás a la compañera de
A
Cierto.
question about to the colleague from Cierto.
Ellos como
In your experience throughout the years as a recruiting company, have you seen pros and cons and the fact that the workers have knowledge about their labor rights to consider them in the different countries where they are working? The experience that we've had has been very positive. The fact that the worker learns about the right and understand the contract and his responsibilities as well for us and for the employers, I think it has been very beneficial, because the fact that the person understands his rights and the guarantees of their contract and all the responsibilities that the employer has towards him, this has a value in the supply chain.
Gracias, Norma. Sí, por favor, Elsie.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Gracias por las
Thank you for the presentations.
un poco en relación a la que contestaba
Regarding
Cierto.
the intervention of the colleague from Cierto, what is the success factor these people like Camagro, so that employers enter into this dynamic in practice, and that in practice the rights are respected within the company. So what is the success factor to get to this point? Have you seen experience where y donde hay where there is no interest, and when there is interest, what is the success factor? Randall, you had the regional perspective. If you can help us. What is the name of the person who made, was the question? Elsie Vasquez from the Temporary Workers Program from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You have asked a very complicated question. The truth is that we see all kinds of things. Some have vision, some don't have vision. I am honest, and I am not saying that they want to do it or that they don't want to do it. The long-term view is I need to have workers, the kind of workers that I need. How do I want to have them? This is what makes a difference. And Camagro is here, and there are other organizations. And what is the vision of the respect for human rights? That is the key. It's a group of companies that has clarities that this is a question of respecting human rights of people. And I say with a perspective, I have been working for ILO for 5 years. It's difficult to talk so nicely as ILO colleagues. I normally speak from the perspective of a civil society, and the truth is that when I saw the chronology of Laura, is really interesting because it shows the evolution and the maturity with which this is addressed, and the policy mentioned was quite visionary, and now the view is how to incorporate the labor view, but have to be an enclave of the human rights by the United Nations, the vision of respect for human rights by the companies that is, and it's the obligation of the states to guarantee that, and for the company there's respect, that one needs to establish compensation mechanism. And I say this very frankly, but 10 years ago, to talk about human rights with the private sector, they would say this is not something to discuss with us. I discuss it with the government, but we all have a role to play. The thing is that total respect, comprehensive respect of human rights, this is what makes the difference. And it's not because Laura is here. Camagro is, in my case, the first group with which I work human rights aspects, the labor policy of human rights of the Guatemalan business sector. Guatemala is the first one in the region. And Camagro is the first group of business people who speak about the human rights. So where is CACIF? Well, it's the support of ILO. We've been able to create 7 human rights policies, and not only that. Cumbre Palma, we have a guide identification of violations to human rights. Cumbre Palma is flying high. They are moving where do they have risks of violations of human rights proactively before somebody tells them something. In Guatemala, it's complicated because usually they have accusations and there are pressures. I'm not saying that the sector doesn't have commitments, but external pressures have contributed as they should. This is a collective effort. The relevant thing is that earlier this used to be like a gospel, but now I don't have the capacity to respond to the demands of different sectors. And Ana Maria can speak about projects, the demands that we used to have. Camagro said all the business sectors, we don't have the material capacity for all this. If it was up to us, we would have all the business sectors, business groups, but the bottom line, I am speaking the truth. I'm speaking about the realities, and I would like to refer to the initial question to avoid confusions. Let's remember that a policy, by definition, is a decision and auto-regulation mechanism. A policy can be private or public or mixed. But I spoke about public policies, and this comes from the state. It comes from the state. In my intervention, I was focused on public policies, mandatory policies by the public authorities. What Laura explains and what the private sector does, they have recruitment and selection policies, and it's called policy. So in most of the ones presented by Laura, in most of them, ILO has participated. And what is the positive side of these policies? They are self-regulatory policies. The state establishes the compulsory rules through the parliament, and then the regulations from the executive branch. But what the private sector has to do is that they have to comply with the regulations, and this is a public manifestation of the commitment. It's a symbolic action of commitment, but also it establishes a number of regulations, self-regulations, additional to what the state establishes. The virtue of a good policy is that they are self-imposed. These are regulations that go beyond what happens normally. Well, I've accompanied many business sectors from the region, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. We are working in Panama, Guatemala with human rights policies for companies, and these go beyond government regulations. These are commitments, public commitments that the private sector commits to go beyond the minimum regulations imposed by the law. So this is a great question. We need a real commitment. If you see human rights policies, you say, well, it's very basic, but in reality, it's difficult to create them. The
policies, they include subject experts, but there has been material analysis, and you have to analyze the human rights principles of the United Nations, and we have to think about where there is a better impact from these laws or policies. And this is where the policies focus. You can see the places where there is more risk. I invite you to observe this guide. The power generators of Guatemala, they asked me to see that regulation. They want to look at the situation of human rights in Guatemala. And the executive director of that company came to talk to me. You work with the agricultural chamber, and they wanted me to help them. At this time, we have a demand from the business sectors. Camagro is strategic because it's a strategy that if they talk about the good things, then I will not have to speak about benefits.
Yo quería aprovechar estos últimos minutos que
We're about to close the panel, but I would like to take advantage of these few minutes that we have with the members of the panel. First of all, to say that in the Regional Conference for Migration addresses topics for the region, the exchange of information and experiences to obtain regional cooperation. How can actors from the private sector contribute to these regional spaces such as the RCM? Do you, Randall, Norma, and Laura could comment in general to close this panel?
Perdón, yo honestamente no creo que nadie quiera escucharme más. Ya volví. Yo creo que
I don't think that anybody would like to continue listening to me. I said already more than I had to say. Well, Randall
sobre la estrategia
briefly
regional.
spoke about the regional strategy of employers. Norma.
Yo creo que
I will be brief. I think that an alternative.
Se nos congeló la imagen.
También. Ay. ¿Me escuchan?
Can you hear me?
Sí, ahora sí.
Okay. Y decía que esto debe.
I was saying that.
Sí, perdón, Norma, disculpa, si puedes apagar la cámara. Tal vez un poco para ver si eso mejora. Gracias.
Ok. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí. Perfecto.
Okay. Les comento que pienso que
I was saying that I think that these should be supported by incentives for those companies that want to do things right and want to support this population, and they shouldn't have to pay 2 or 3 times for visa. In the case that I talked about, Guatemala, Mexico, and United States. Thank you, Norma. Laura.
Fíjate que yo perdí un poco el audio cuando tú hiciste
I lost audio when you asked the question. Can you please repeat the question? Yes, we're saying that
se abordan
regional
más
space where we address different
intercambio de información.
immigration topics and the exchange of information experience. And from the perspective of labor, migration, how can private sector stakeholders can contribute to these spaces. Do you have some thoughts on that? Yes, of course. This exchange of experience allows us to speak about best practices that come from the private sector in Guatemala. These are spaces where we see gaps in productivity, salary gaps that exist among the countries. And this situation then allowed the states to identify the need to implement better public policy related to the importance of formal work, the comprehensive address of the high rates of informal sector in our countries. That is a reality.
Generan precisamente esa necesidad de emigrar, la necesidad
They create the need to migrate and promote innovation, technology, and all of the tools that make us more productive. And a very important model in Guatemala is sugar and also palms, how this evolved together with coffee and bananas, and also shows the need to address migration from different perspectives. And this has to be organized, respecting fundamental rights of people and migrants. And this would be my input from Cámara del Agro. We are committed with this topic, knowing that human rights are at the core. We know that when we respect these rights, then there is a retribution for us as employers. Thank you, Laura. And Randall, you have a comment. You have the floor. I would like to thank all of you for this opportunity. I am speaking, I am sure, on behalf of the private sector, Central America, Panama, and Dominican Republic. I would like to express the public authorities that you represent. I thank you for the space that you offer. We value the space. It's truly important. As Laura was saying, we need to enrich the perspective. I have been working for the employment sector in the recent years. Norma, I have learned so much very important things during your presentation. I work with Camagro, but I learned as well. And honestly, I think that listening to the private sector to improve the quality of public policy is fundamental. For those of you representing ministries and secretariats, this is not normal. They need to hear unions, confederations, and a group of business owners, and they are used to this dynamic where traditionally the ministries talk to each other, and the forums, the exchanges that include the three parties. And I am emphasizing not only listen directly to the employer's needs and perspective, but also at the same level and even more, we need to listen to the unions and the Association of Workers. This creates awareness and a broader perspective, because like unions have better information of non-compliance, the private sector has more information of what they need, when and how. Again, thank you for this space and this opportunity that you have been creating. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the afternoon. A round of applause to our members of the panel, please. Thank you, Randall, Norma, and Laura.
Con
We will now
este enfoque que
continue
está promoviendo de manera
with
muy
the approach that we are promoting as part of our CM. Thank you very much for your time. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we continue with our schedule.
plan de
There is a QR code, and tomorrow we will speak about the labor mobility. And this is a survey. This survey has 5 easy questions. You can fill out the survey easily, and tomorrow the consultant can provide information about the issues that we have in the region based on this information. And this is in the topic of labor mobility. So please fill this out before 7 p.m. so that tomorrow we can have access to this information. Also, I would like to let you know that the survey will be valid for some days so that we can continue collecting information. But to use the data tomorrow, we have to fill it out before 7 p.m. And you also should have received this in your email. If you didn't receive it, please let us know and we can send it. You can also scan the QR code on the screen. I know that we are all used to scanning the codes. And now I will wait a few minutes. I think that we are back. Today, I'm going to present the global guide. I am Fiorella Vargas, and I am assistant in labor migration, and I work at IOM. I work in the regional program. And now my colleague will introduce herself, Carla. Good afternoon to all. My name is Carla Estrada. I am National Officer for Programming here in IOM. Salvador, working in a program creating alliances for migration. This is a program focused in the implementation of the Global Compact for migration that is safe, orderly, and regular. Thank you. And as I said, I'm going to speak about the global guide on bilateral agreements for labor migration. This guide was published in February 2022 and it was prepared through the UN Network on Migration. The thematic group is bilateral groups led by ILO and IOM. Basically, the objective of this guide, you can see this in the infographics that were on the table at the beginning of the session, and possibly these were distributed to you. The idea is to support the destination country to design, implement, and monitor and assess the bilateral agreement for labor migration. This is based in a human rights approach with a gender perspective. It's important to say that this guide was prepared with multiple actors. Various actors were part of it in the United Nations Network, and these organizations were the most related with this topic. Thank you.
Esta guía establece criterios.
This guide establishes criteria so that governments, migrants, and organizations of employers can assess the existing practices. This guide, well, we don't have it here because it's in English. It's not yet translated to Spanish, but this is a tool not only to assess what we already have, but as a reference framework that we can do in the future, and also to establish best practices. As I said, this guide includes examples of other countries, and therefore is an approach that can be applied to many countries.
Ver varios países y decir, estas son las buenas prácticas y esto es.
This entailed looking at many countries and find out what was applicable. This is a tool for international implementation that can be used to support migration policies, labor migration policies at a national level, but they cannot substitute them. There are things such as entry requirements, for example,
el país de destino, ¿verdad?
The country of destination must establish, and they are the only ones. This guide will never replace these requirements. These are just some parameters that can be helpful to create the policies. Also, the labor migration bilateral agreements must include all the migration cycle and benefit equally all actors, both in the country of destination and the country of origin, local community, migrant worker, and members of family members as well. Carla can now explain a little bit more about governance related to this guide. I will take off the mask so that I can speak more clearly. Thank you. I am sure that everything that I will mention today, you all know, and probably if I pass a test, everybody would answer correctly. Before to speak or really to speak about bilateral agreement, it is important to take into account that we are not islands. This means that what happens at a national level, a country level, is always related with the global environment and vice versa. We have two global frameworks among many that we have, and we will review them. Why review them? Because I am sure that as I speak, you will say, I heard about this, or I just remembered about this, or it will be either a refresh or we will learn something new. So these global frameworks are Agenda 2030 and the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. First of all, I have a question. When was the Agenda 2030 launched? 2018, I heard 2015. Anybody else? The important thing is that it's up to 2030, as my colleague said. It started in 2015 in the Paris Agreement with 17 goals, objectives, and how many goals? 190. Who else? 232. 50.
Por ahí lo están buscando, no hagan trampa.
Don't look for the information. That is cheating. 169. Of course, well, we could have a course on Agenda 2030. However, that's not the point. In this opportunity, we're going to study what we are addressing today. Labor migration and Agenda 2020. Maybe we can think that as part of these 17 SDGs, maybe only SDG 8 that speaks about decent work and economic growth is related with what brings us here, which is labor migration. But for you, what other SDGs are linked to this topic? One, I heard, can you please raise your hands?
El 2, el 3, hambre cero, salud, bienestar, educación de calidad.
Quality education, gender equality, reduction of inequalities. Anybody else?
El 8 es como el pilar. El 16, 17.
16, 17. As you can see, we can say that migration is part of these goals, but from different perspectives. Now, the previous slide has an image saying migration in Agenda 2030. This is a document created by IOM in 2017 and 2018, and you can find this document. And this can be seen from the perspective of direct links or links among sectors. Now, migration as a general phenomenon, but The topic today is labor migration specifically. And therefore, out of all of these SDGs and those that you mentioned, we're going to focus on some of them only, because we could stay here all night and we wouldn't be done. Specifically for us, what we have to think is, when we are thinking about our bilateral agreements, what are the elements that must be part of them? Gender equality, for example. SDG 5, why? Because it is necessary to promote positive opportunity in migration for women, because we already know that there is
Ahora,
a
también
phenomenon there. It is also important that gender activities related with migration must have a balance in the way in which migration can contribute to the capacity of migrants, but also we need to be careful that we could promote or foster this opportunity, but we may put them at risk because maybe we're generalizing. This is why it's important to consider the context of each migration profile. And it's important. For example, when we talk about migrant workers, we sometimes think about it in general. Like one example of protecting migrant workers is domestic migrant workers. Usually, SDG 5.4 says recognize and value domestic work that is not compensated through public service infrastructure protection policies. And why is this related with what we're talking about today? Because the majority of migrant domestic workers are women and adolescents, girls. And then here we speak about something else because they are minors. And then we have to take into account other protection policies. Migrant workers that are in domestic jobs, they can work in sectors that are not regulated, that are not visible, or there's no access to information. And this exposes them, puts them at risk. So SDGs can help us to address these vulnerabilities that caused by gender. It shouldn't be that way, but unfortunately, this is the reality. This is why we must take into account that SDGs could contribute so that women are empowered. If we have more information, if we have more frameworks, they will be clear about their rights and they will be clear about the entities that they can go to, and then we can work towards eliminating all forms of violence against women, including trafficking in persons and sexual exploitation. This is important because we are talking about gender equality in general, but this is linked with this work. This is when we speak about SDG 8 because there are many goals. And as part of SDG, there is one specific 8.7 that says adopt immediate measures that are effective to eradicate forced labor and contemporary slavery and ensure prohibition and elimination of the worst practices. If we want to create efficient labor migration, we must take into account all the vulnerabilities that exist for different profiles, and then we can promote the elimination of all forms of violence, especially talking about those that are caused by gender. Then we have to speak about decent work in general.
Como lo podemos ver en el objetivo 8, y también tiene estos vínculos directos con la migración.
It is directly linked with labor migration. For example, combating the trafficking of forced labor,
formas de trabajo infantil,
y combating child labor. If we are able to have a framework of labor migration that protects these people, then we will be able to have better migration governance. And if we have a better migration governance, then we have a decrease of inequalities, SDG 10.
Es sumamente
And SDG 10, well, this is important because in 10.7, we talk about creating safe, orderly, and regular migration. Safe, orderly, and regular migration. So SDGs address different phenomena and zero hunger and poverty. But if we speak about labor migration and we are able to have a gender approach, and when we speak about education and that we can
regular, todo eso,
everything that we do, all these efforts foster a good migration governance, which is part of
Objetivo 10
Goal
es
10.
sumamente importante.
And this is very important. Remember that we have diaspora, that when they are going, when we are looking for good migration governance, we speak about remittances. SDG 10 includes 10.C, which is about remittances, that highlights that they contribute to local and community development as well as country development, and also the region.
Ahora, ¿no? Entonces, estas oportunidades
These opportunities of generating remittances must include a rights approach, a gender approach,
pan gubernamental y todos estos elementos.
And all of these elements that I'm mentioning right now leads us to number 17, strengthen the means of implementation and work on the World Alliance for Sustainable Development. If we improve the alliances, we will be able to foster new ones. We will improve safe channels that are orderly and regular for our migrants, and we will create agreements so that they have options for decent work. And this is how we will see better opportunities for remittances, which in turn will support our communities. And all of these within a regulatory framework with a human rights approach. I would like to know if you have any questions or if we discuss this at the end.
To finish my intervention, I have another question. When was the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration was adopted? Yes, 2017. Some said 2016, but in 2016 there was the declaration in New York and that there were the consultations, but in December 2018 in Marrakesh is where this compact was approved. We have some objectives and we can create or have a course about this, but we will highlight some components that are related to this. The same question for you. What objective must be in our bilateral agreements in terms of labor migration? Objective 5, who else? 6, 4, 8, dignified hiring and contracting. 9, fighting illegal trafficking of migrants. Social protection. If you see, we have this comprehensive approach of labor migration, and again we will have the same exercise. Out of these 23, I'm going to highlight some of them. Objective 2, I don't know if you have access to the compact. I think it's worth to read it. The last week we had the first forum of assessment of international migration, where
there was this review of how we are doing in the implementation of the compact and reducing adverse factors. The states commit to invest in the development of human capital, promoting entrepreneurship programs, alliances for professional training, development of attitudes, and creation of productive employment. And in cooperation with the private sector, the unions, and what is the goal of doing all this to reduce youth unemployment, to stop brain drain, and to optimize the recovery of brains in the countries of origin, and to take advantage of the demographic bonus. All of you mentioned objective 5, yes, but among all the actions that the states committed to take, we can highlight the following, and this will be an alert for us: to formulate bilateral, regional, and multilateral agreements on labor mobility based on human rights, gender perspective, that include specific employment conditions for every sector in cooperation with the stakeholders and considering certain elements, such as the standards, guidelines, and adequate requirements of ILO according to international law of human rights and labor. The first time I read this, I thought, hold on, I have to read it again because it was too much. But if we break it down, we see that it's quite evident and it's very understandable. We have to consider international law. We have to identify the goals that we want to achieve, with whom, and what are we going to do. This is the approach that we have to read in these actions, and I invite you to read it. Then it underlines that the states will facilitate the labor mobility within the region and through international cooperation agreements to create flexible labor mobility plans and to promote the efficiency of correspondence between the supply and demand of aptitudes, reducing the time frame for the paperwork for visas. Entering and exiting territories is regulating the entry and exit of people is a right of the state, but the paperwork should be easier. In objective 6, the decent recruitment and hiring, they have to take advantage of bilateral, sub-regional, and regional platforms that have gone beyond obstacles and establish better practices regarding labor mobility. And Fiorella will explain more about this, the importance of these bilateral agreements and the guides given to us by United Nations in order to have a better understanding of this subject. Within this objective 6, it talks about strengthening labor migration and hiring processes. And this should imply that the migrants could change the employer and modify the conditions of the duration of their stay with a minimum paperwork. And this is very important. And as a last point, this objective is to develop and improve policies and national programs related to labor mobility, in particular considering the general principles of ILO related to equality in hiring processes, the guidelines on and the international system of integrity in hiring processes. That is to promote ethical recruitment. There are 5 principles, and one of them is the employer pays. All the recruitment processes are paid by the employer according to our, well, maybe our colleague Michaela could enlighten us about this. As you said, objective 6 is very important, and
To wrap up, the objective number 18, the states committed to create innovative solutions that facilitate the recognition of aptitude, skills, and competencies of migrant workers. So everything that I've said is to reassure and remember that at the time we read our bilateral agreements, when we create new ones and or review the existing ones, these things, the Agenda 2030 and the content of the compact has to be in your mind, visible, because at the time we are creating these bilateral alliances, we are also contributing globally because we are complying with our international obligations. We know that the Agenda 2030 and the compact are there. However, it is very important. And this speaks about all the global alliances about this, and it is extremely important that you keep it in mind, and that is why we decided to speak about this. If you have any questions, we will discuss after the presentation, and I give the floor to my colleague Fiorella. Thank you, Carla.
Disculpa, me quito esto que si no me ahogo. Es como estar corriendo una maratón. Y bueno, tal vez ustedes se preguntarán.
You might wonder, we have spoken about bilateral agreements, but we don't know what they are. And I will tell you what are they about. Bilateral agreements on labor migration, in their strict sense, they are agreements between two states that are legally binding, and they refer to interstate cooperation in labor migration. For the effects of this guide that we are presenting, the bilateral agreements on labor migration are agreements between states or organizations, because the definition of bilateral agreements of labor migration referred to by the guide includes MOUs, which are administrative or private agreements that are not legally binding. And despite of that, sometimes they are subject to labor laws and administrative laws of the signing country. So for you to know, these agreements describe in detail the specific responsibilities of each of the parties and the measures that they have to adopt to achieve their specific objectives in matters of governance and labor migration. And I would say that this has to do with what Carla said, because bilateral agreements can be frameworks that guarantee that migrants who are being protected in their workplaces and in society, and especially bilateral agreements, are a mechanism that can be used to fill up work positions, including in the supply chains, so that they can work better. You might ask, what is this for? These are the opportunities of the labor mechanisms that you can see in a study by IOM last year on mechanisms of labor migration in Mesoamerica and the Caribbean. As you see, it's a matter, it's something that has to do with all the sectors. The labor migration initiatives, they have to include different stakeholders, because they have diverse interests, but also different perspectives of what is happening, and they are connected to other realities. So first of all, labor mechanism contributes to the economy of the country through remittances and human capital with more experiences. This means that migrants, they go to a country, and when they come back, they've changed. They have experiences to tell, they have other skills. Like when we travel, we learn a lot. And also about growth, it contributes to the growth and development of the destination countries, and for the migrants themselves, it develops their human capital, skills, competencies, attitudes, and behavior. And I will talk about the context of the regions because in this study on the labor migration mechanisms in Mesoamerica, we identified 32 mechanisms. We are referring to Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, and Panama. The 32 mechanisms are divided as you see on the screen: 15 temporary work schemes, 8 bilateral agreements, 5 commercial agreements, 3 MOUs, and 1 free mobility agreement. And for the Caribbean, there is something similar. We identified 13 mechanisms, out of which 6 are temporary job schemes, 2 bilateral agreements, 2 commercial agreements with labor clauses, 2 free mobility agreements, and 1 MOU. And as we can see in this slide, the temporary job systems or schemes prevail or are more prominent. Some of the features is that there are specific sectors with some lack of labor force, and there are some people who can respond to the needs of the market, that they facilitate the organization of the recruitment processes, and they involve the private sector, where the employers could be more committed to receive migrant workers. If you see this morning at a panel about mobility programs, and these are temporary work or job schemes. And I will talk about the guide itself, and I will tell you that this guide is divided into 2 big sections. The first one is about the general principles of human rights and labor rights applicable to bilateral agreements on labor migration. And these principles are in line with what Carla presented, because they're based on human rights, labor rights within global frameworks, everything that has been done in terms of governance, relations regarding labor migration and human rights. The second part that I'm going to present is operational guides that you can follow in the cycle of bilateral agreements. And then now you will see why I speak about cycles, because in reality the process of bilateral agreements is a cycle. It has different phases to which this guide is applicable. This guide has a smaller section. That's why I said 2 big parts and 1 small part, which talks about specific issues regarding temporary workers, people who work in healthcare, and people who do domestic work, because these sectors sometimes have certain conditions that are very particular, and they face particular challenges. And so we have to create the measures that can address these specific situations. And here I have an exercise, because I think that you need some coffee. So one of the principles that we saw before, you have human rights, ethical recruitment, access to information, immigration situation, occupational safety and security, social protection, work contract, government structure, qualifications, competency, savings and remittances, and return and reinsertion. And these are like topics. We will see the example of social protection. The principle is to provide access to social security, including the healthcare system, and facilitate the portability of the benefits of social security for migrants and their families. So I want that in every table you try to answer the following question. How could you guarantee that this principle is reflected in bilateral agreements of labor migration, and how we
link the global frameworks presented before. I can give you a couple of minutes for you to talk about this. Please go ahead. You will earn, you will get a prize, I promise. Read the principle, the screen, and you tell me how do you think that we can include or guarantee the inclusion in bilateral agreements, how to reflect it. Just give ideas, so you don't have to write a legal article, just ideas. There are no bad ideas. We'll see what you can tell us. You seem very inspired. What table is going to volunteer? I saw Mr. Miguel and Julian are quite inspired. What do you think? Tell us. Is there any microphone around? I think Mr. Julian. We agreed and determined that the essential thing is that the worker or workers have their regular migration so that they can have access to social security and pensions. I think that that is fundamental. Back. We were discussing about question 1, and we thought that we have to guarantee within the labor offer, we have to consider the social security for the migrant and the family. This is related to the objectives and goals, and also we set the migration compact. You have an idea of what specific objective? 8, 10, 8, 5, 10, and 17. And also decent job, gender equality, reduction of inequalities, orderly, regulated and safe migrations. Thank you. Any other table? Heidi wants to contribute. Thank you. Mainly, we identified 2 agreements, the Ibero-American and the SICA. So it would be fundamental to use them, and we can sign an MOU so that we can follow up on those rights. We believe that it is fundamental that there is dissemination of the written agreements, because sometimes the foreign people, they don't know about that information. We have to go back to the work that has already been done, and we have to use them in the region. Thank you. What we discussed is regarding portability. How do you bring your social security from one country to the other? And mainly regarding healthcare and retirement, which is a mid and long-term project. So it is important to see how we can homologate in the mid or long term homologation projects for Social Security. Very interesting. This is a global challenge.
¿Alguna mesa quiere decir un último elemento? Adelante, Miguel.
A mí me pareció muy interesante el hecho de
To me, it was very
para no solo la
interesting
protección
to
al
talk
trabajador,
about the
sino también
protection
al
to the worker, but to the family of the worker.
en el extranjero.
When a worker is
Cuando un
abroad
trabajador está formalmente contratado en
and
territorio
formally
nacional,
hired, when a worker is hired
social
in a country,
abarca una protección
Social
a su familia.
Security includes protection to the family, but when the worker is abroad, perhaps that Social Security covers him personally, but the family is not protected. So perhaps there could be some kind of a bilateral agreement and to do some kind of a validation, but for me to be sure that if there is a problem, the family is protected. And this is extremely important because sometimes we conceive migration of the migrant, but the migration involves a number of people and it changes the lives of a number of people. We saw yesterday with Elsie the impact of the labor mobility program of El Salvador, which is one person that migrates. What is the impact in the country of origin? It could be 11 people in a family because they build houses with that. They, as we saw in El Piche, they can build a clinic or a hospital, so we have to have a more holistic view. A person could migrate and then they can reunite with their family. I will talk about how the guide presents certain aspects. In terms of social protection, the principle says that the one way to integrating them is in the bilateral agreements. You have to treat them in equal terms. That includes parents' protection, access to caregiving networks. If I bring my family, I might have to take care of my mother or my father who is old, or perhaps I have to take care of the person who traveled with me, my spouse, my children, and to consider this, for instance, for migrant women, usually due to the gender roles that the society burdens them with, they have to work, but also they have to take care of people in the house. So we have to consider that as well. If there are caregiving networks for people with children, perhaps they can go to work with peace of mind and to perform better. Another example is that the contribution to the social security system could be maintained in the country of origin. If I am contributing to the social security system, it will continue to go to the country of origin. The benefits should continue to be valid even if I'm not in my country, and this is what a bilateral agreement can do as well. We can guarantee access to healthcare for the migrant and the family in regular or irregular situation, because in many countries of the region, any person could access the healthcare system just because he or she is a person. And the last point is that we should guarantee that social security is available and is easy to access. It's important because we also have in our countries healthcare systems where people can go, but maybe I live in a rural area and I cannot drive 2 hours or walk 1 hour all the way to the closest hospital. They have to be easily accessible, and they have to have the information. That's another thing, because they should know that they can go to these places.
Entonces ahora, como les dije, la segunda parte de la guía se refiere más a las guías
The second
operacionales.
part of the guide speaks about operational guides. So when I spoke about the operational guidelines, I talked about the cycle of bilateral agreements. And we say that this is a cycle because we first prepare the agreement and then there is a negotiation between the country of origin and destination and other counterparties that may be the signature and ratification, implementation, and very important, monitoring and evaluation. Maybe we negotiate an agreement right now, but the conditions change, needs change, and I will not be needing people for this economic sector. Maybe it's another one, or with a pandemic, many things change. We didn't need
Textil, pero se necesitaba
in the
mucho
textiles sector, we needed more people in health or agriculture. These are essential workers. So this is to show you that this guide is applicable to all phases of the cycle. And here we have two cycles. There is also a cycle for migrant workers. This is the process through which each person goes through when they want to migrate for labor. So we need to identify opportunities for work in a foreign country, preparation, the training before, work abroad, and return to the country of origin. There are a number of cases that migrate due to labor reason. Maybe people want to come back to the country of destination to learn more techniques, and now their families there, they have friends, and they have a network, and they want to stay there, or they want to come back and apply everything they learned in their country of origin.
Ya propiamente vamos con
And
las fases.
here we are going to speak about the phase, in the preparatory phase, which was the first box of the bilateral agreements. We have
No voy a ir como muy
many
lento en
details.
las etapas porque creo que
Not spend a lot of time in these details. It will be more interesting if you look at the guide, but I will explain a little bit about this. Preparatory phase, first of all, is important to have a consultative process. Why? Because it must consider the gender approach and also children, making a difference between the challenges that the worker and family members face. It is very important because it identifies all the stakeholders that are part of each one of the phases and the roles and responsibilities in each phase. For example, in this one, we would say, well, the government is the leading organization in this process, and they would have to work with these
reuniones
stakeholders or hold meetings for consultation with different parties and involve, and not only in the consultation process, but also in the design of the agreement and how this is drafted.
está gobierno, sociedad civil, organización.
Government, civil society, organization, and institution for social security. It's possible that if we want to incorporate this principle that we saw, we would have to speak not only with actors of the public sector. Caja de Seguridad Social is the name in Costa Rica, but if it's not possible, we can also speak with private entities. A company that can provide insurance for workers. In the preparatory phase, we also gather information.
¿Cuáles actores
We determine which actors should be part of the space in origin and destination. I would like to show you that this guide establishes
tablas en las cuales en la parte de
charts or tables, and where we see the subject, we see the principles that we spoke about before. So it has all the principles that you saw, 11 principles, I believe. These are part of the charts. And then we have information, which are questions.
Reflexión de cada país, de cada actor.
So that each country or each stakeholder needs to think about these questions and the sources of information in these countries of origin and destination is very practical and addresses the topics in an easy way. Is in the air. It provides questions for each phase. When we speak about social protection, we read which are the modalities of access and portability for migrant workers of social protection, including healthcare.
Información, ¿verdad?
What would be the sources of information? So it's the same topic, but it has different questions. This is in the phase of gathering information. We also have the drafting of the bilateral agreement that it establishes what the government must do, what the organizations should do, those that come from the private sector. This guide is not only a tool that is helpful as a point of reference to check that I have a guideline, a bilateral agreement, and I have to compare and check that I verify that I did everything, or I still need to contact these stakeholders. It can also become an instrument to improve negotiation skills. All agreements involve negotiation, and it depends on the priorities of the parties. This is a tool to improve these capabilities. The negotiation phase must be focused mainly in the modalities to implement what we have agreed. So establish clearly that these would be the mechanisms that could help to implement the agreement.
También decir, esos son,
we could say these are the roles of the different parties that are part of the agreement. As I said, there are many, and internally in a country, we would have different ministries. In a country, we could also have different actors. As I said, this can be through direct meetings or in an exchange of the draft.
Y sobre todo, cuando se trata de acuerdos bilaterales en
we speak about agreements, bilateral agreement, in a strict sense, it involves two states.
Oficiales por parte de cada estado. De hecho, vemos en
algunos representation of each of the countries, and we see in some countries that there are councils or commissions that include representatives from other countries, so that they can check throughout the process the implementation and the negotiation of bilateral agreements. As you know very well, a bilateral agreement is not established overnight. It's a long process that can take a long period of time. It is useful to establish a mechanism in order to ensure that even though the process takes 3 years, we will have an outcome. We can't stop in the middle of the process. It's important that we assess this. If the negotiation is successful, then the document is signed by the delegations, and in this step, the agreement then is ready, but not implemented. Yes, now that we implement it, which is the next phase, this is when we put it into operation. And in the implementation, we require an active engagement of government institution and institutions in the country, both in the country of origin and destination. The application of the bilateral agreement does not require any changes in the regulatory framework in the parties. They usually make reference to existing legislation. This is important. Also, we have some conflicts that require a legal amendment. We hope this is not the case and that you can negotiate and implement the agreements in the best possible way. And for the phase of implementation that you can check in the infographic on the back, you will find the cycle of agreements, and in each one of the phases you will see the charts or the tables that correspond. When you have a moment to look at the guide, we will send that at the end of the forum. Together with all the documents, you will be able to check that these tables are there and are identified by phase. And here I present another table on how you can use this. You have the topic, which are the institutions involved and what this means to the country of origin and destination. These are the government's responsibility in the implementation, but we also have other actors. And I thought it was interesting to see the role of civil society and other actors that are a part of the implementation of bilateral agreements. This is a document that has 80 pages, more or less.
Bueno, esta tiene
There
solo
are
80.
documents of 400 pages, so this one only has 80 something pages. This is a tool, and I know that you may find it boring when I say it, but when you have it and you can use it, it will become more interesting. As part of the preparatory phase, monitoring phase, we also look at questions that you can ask yourselves when you are in this phase, because monitoring is extremely important. As we said, this is when we assess the application of the agreements, and we can say, this changed, this is no longer relevant, we have other priorities, how can we change this? And here we will assess the bilateral agreement, and we
conjuntas, ¿verdad?
create or prepare joint priorities. And there's a table for this as well. I wanted to show you that it includes several topics.
Por ejemplo, las
For
cláusulas
example, the provisions of the agreement that can be monitored. See,
en país de origen no hay nada,
in the country of origin, we don't see anything for modalities for entry and residency of migrant workers. And then we have different provisions that could be assessed and monitored. And the same thing would happen for the
que
fair
para
and ethical recruitment, that for both countries, the countries have some kind of role or responsibility.
la guía, la partecita pequeñita,
Here in the smaller part of the guide at the end of it,
tienen mucho que ver con estas poblaciones o ciertos
this is
trabajos
related with certain works
diferentes.
or jobs that are different and require
Más a detalle, porque hay unos aspectos específicos
that
que
we pay close attention. Some things that may be considered
observar, valga la redundancia, es que dice, ok, personas trabajadoras de temporada, esos son los desafíos.
seasonal workers. These are the specific challenges for this sector.
Un acuerdo
And
puede ayudar
how can a bilateral agreement can help to overcome these challenges? This would be for seasonal workers, those that work in healthcare, and domestic workers.
ya casi termino. Yo sé que ha sido
Almost done. I know that this has been a long day. How can you benefit from this guide? Well, you can align your content on bilateral agreements with international standards on human rights and labor. This is not because we want this, because ILO or IOM wants this. The reality is that the world is changing, and there are some things that we didn't think about before, and today they are a reality in terms of human rights and labor rights.
como dicen en inglés, como orange is the new black, ¿verdad? Como ahora
Orange is the new black. Now that's the most important. What are you doing in the ethical area? How are you protecting people that are going to your countries or your nationals when they travel to other countries? What are the mechanisms you establish in their countries to ensure that all of this happens in the best possible way? Also, countries can improve abilities and strategies for negotiation.
Para países
A
de origen,
bilateral agreement is beneficial for both countries. There are benefits for both parties and it can be helpful. So that as a country of destination, I need
trabajen en,
all that work harvesting coffee like this happens in Costa Rica. So there are beneficial mechanisms
a varios actores para poder decir, ok, esta es una manera en la que se respetan los derechos de las personas migrantes.
Find a way to respect the rights of migrant workers, but also sectors can have migration traceability. They understand their labor demands and they also know who are the people. We spoke about diaspora forum, something we discussed before, but it is related. We spoke about trust and how can we establish trust relationship with diaspora, and trust goes or is considered in all areas. In bilateral agreements, we also include trust. This is between the employer or the worker, or migrant workers feel protected by the way in which the country establishes
Entonces, para
the
decirles que,
relationship with the
pues no se
employer.
trata solo de cubrir,
It's not only about covering or closing labor gaps. The idea is that, well, we all have ambitions. And I think that when we work, we say, I am fulfilled, I'm doing what I want, this is working, I have this project and I did it. I think we've all felt this kind of satisfaction. And the same thing happens with migrant workers. They have ambitions and dreams, and a way to help them to achieve them is with bilateral agreements that they can learn about a new reality and work in a decent environment.
La reflexión utópica, perdón, también en la tarde.
That was just a reflection. I was very inspired at this time of the afternoon. It is also useful to build capacity. But IOM and ILO can use this guide to support countries to build capacity, something that we already do. We established, for example, a toolkit
de migración laboral que también se puede usar.
Bilateral agreements for labor migration that can also be used. This document is only a complement, a guidance that can be used to strengthen or to build capacity workshops and look at the needs in each phase of the migration cycle and in the cycle of the bilateral agreements. And finally, this guide can be also helpful for the countries, well, used for anybody, to create efficient consultation processes. There are questions that address all sectors and interesting questions that engage all actors. You are speaking about something here on the table, something that may sound crazy, but you are here discussing how to incorporate Social Security portability in bilateral agreements. It does not exist, but I'm sure that they will come to exist. And this is how you can apply the guide.
En revisión y retroalimentación sobre el proceso
Review and obtain feedback about the process to develop an agreement, support with common approaches.
Y finalmente,
use the guide for the different stages of the agreement and capacity building. And this is the last one, and we will take some coffee. How can you support government? Well, and if you're full, you don't have to eat the snacks. How can governments and other partners can support? We are interested in feedback from all counterparties, because this is done, and if we do it the government. Sometimes there are things about the region that are very specific that we haven't thought about, or how is this useful? We want to know how this is useful. We also want to know how to improve this guide. What should we include? This is a living document. It can be changed, and the more we take into consideration the reality of migrant workers and the challenges that they face, they're tangible and real challenges. If we take that into consideration, this guide can be more helpful. You can also support the dissemination, not only with your counterparties, but also internally. It can be to strengthen your own teams within the government, include other actors, and obtain lessons learned. Maybe
En esta guía que ustedes tengan y puedan
there
compartir.
is a best practice that is not part of the guide, and you can share this and also share experiences, organize discussion, and promote commitments that were part of FEMI as part of the Global Compact, as Carla said this afternoon. This was the last slide. Thank you. If you have any questions, let us know. Thank you.
Perfecto. Si no hay preguntas, yo
If
la-
there are no questions, if there are no questions, I would ask Elsie to come here.
para hacer preguntas.
Vamos
Listo.
a, como no hicieron, dice Fiorella que vamos a hacer un examen, así que yo voy a hacer.
Then we will take a test because nobody asked question. No, the idea is to close the session. It's been a long day, like Fiorella was saying. I tend to move a lot, and I saw that in the tables we were all connected. We started reviewing statistics, and the conclusion where we have many, and I'm sure that rapporteurs have more information than I do. The trend is that this will increase.
Vemos en El Salvador.
We see it in the macro information, and we see it in El Salvador, which is the smallest program. We see it in Guatemala and Mexico, and this increase in the trends. I think that, well, after looking at it, the increase of statistics in terms of labor mobility, I am sure that we are all in the right place today. Speaking about this,
Haciéndonos preguntas.
presenting challenges, asking questions, and then we saw how the challenges are shared. And these opportunities are for that, to know and learn about what's happening in Guatemala. Then we sit down and eat pupusas and check how we can address this.
Desde la perspectiva de gobiernos, aprendíamos que también
We learned that employers can be part of this and not only the government. It happens to us, those that work here, when we speak with employers, we are very careful when we speak about human rights. And today we learned that we must speak about that and that we must build trust with the companies. They are the right actor to speak to about this. We're always proud about the Prepartida modules where pre-departure module where we train workers on human rights. Then I hope that next year we bring here best practices and we say the program has a component where we sit down with companies and we are speaking about labor rights. And then Fiorella closed. Well, as part of her presentation, she asked a question. After reviewing the objectives in the compact and SDGs, what are we doing? And we go back and we speak about the programs that are focused on people, responsibility of companies, responsibility of all.
Social, pero cerrar con esto.
Social protection. But I want to reiterate the Fiorella's question. What are we doing? And well, we eat the pupusas. Well, cheese pupusas are good.
that we can continue to reflect and not to take with us all the answers, but the reflections that allow us that next year our interventions are improved. Thank you on behalf of the pro tempore presidency, and have a good evening.